So kindly before we commence, if you need any translation gadget, just signify by raising up your hand. If you're not well conversant with both German and English and you need any of the translation gadgets, just raise up your hand. So my colleague is going around and sharing some. I assume we only have 2 channels, so you don't have to bother about. Channel 5 is English, and channel 4. So channel 4 is German, and channel 5 is English. Do we still have anyone missing a gadget? We all well taken care of. Thank you so much. So I believe we can start. Great, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful good morning. Glad seeing your faces, the honorable representatives from our various embassies. Thank you so much for taking up your time. Our representatives from the various ministries, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for creating up your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we know our meeting today is targeting one topic of transparency and trust in labor migration agreements. My name's Edith Otiende Lawani, the co-founder of Giving Africa a New Face and one of the initiators of 360-degree labor mobility. It's quite a pleasure being with you here today, following our closed roundtable that was quite insightful yesterday evening. We are now going to intensify a few of those points. The day is quite promising, and I can't be anxious enough to hear all the speeches and learn from one another. This time round, this summit is in the 3rd lap. It's organized by 3 partners, collaboration partners, that are also going to give us here their brief introduction. And these partners are none other than Sabine Odhiambo, representing German African Foundation. Welcome. Akinola Famson, representing the 360-degree Alliance, and Alexander Rosenplanter, representing Friedrich Ebert Foundation. I'm going to call them in this order to just give us a very, very brief word, because I know our delegates today do not have so much time. Nevertheless, they've decided to honor us with their presence, and we'll try as much as possible to reduce our speeches so that we don't miss any of you. So bear with us if we miss 2 seconds of the allocated time, but you don't want to miss your speeches. Mr. Akinola, please, the floor is yours. And followed by Sabine Odhiambo, followed by Alexander Rosenplanter, and then Sabine Odhiambo. In that order, please. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Edith, Your Excellencies, distinguished ambassadors. Standing on the existing protocols, esteemed guests, dear partners, and friends. I've decided to just jot down a few words so that I don't spend too much time in my welcoming speech, since other partners will join the stage very soon. It is my honor on behalf of the 360 Alliance, led by Giving Africa a New Face, FAO, to warmly welcome you to the 3rd Ambassador Summit here in the historical city of Berlin. This gathering is more than a diplomatic event. It is a platform where aspiration meets opportunities. As Africans in diaspora, we stand at the crossroad of two worlds. We know the hopes of skilled professionals across Africa, and we see the urgent need for talents in Germany's labor market. Germany's current recruitment drive offers both a great opportunity and a serious responsibility. In our opinion, this drive cannot simply be about filling vacancies. It must be about the people, their dignity, their rights, their skills, and their future. That is why the 360 Alliance is committed to putting humanity at the center of labor mobility. How do we do this? We do it through counseling, empowerment, integration support, legal support, advocacy, and we engage to ensure that migration is ethical, fair, and mutually beneficial. We believe if managed responsibly, African migration to Germany can be a true win-win, strengthening the German economy while empowering African professionals and their communities at home. If managed carelessly, it risks representing patterns of inequality, and that's not what we want. That is why today's summit is so important. Together, you all, dear guests, and other stakeholders, we can shape paths that respect human dignity, recognize skills, and foster sustainable development. On behalf of the 360 Alliance, I thank you all for finding your time to gather today with us here, and we look forward to our dialogue today. May your work ensure that labor mobility becomes not just only a policy, but partnership rooted in fairness, solidarity, and shared progress. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Parliamentary Secretary, State Secretary Dr. Bärbel Kofer, dear Bärbel, Excellencies, Ambassadors, I see the Kenyan Ambassador here, the Egyptian Ambassador is here as well. Excellencies, thanks for joining our event. It's really a pleasure that we as FAS could play a small part in making this event happen, and our part is to bring the voices of the African labor movement to Berlin. We have trade union delegates with us here today, and some of you had already a chance to meet them because we at FAS, with our 19 offices in sub-Saharan Africa, believe it is important to make migration a success for both sides, to have a strong voice also of working people when it comes to migration partnership. If you're interested in our work, we have a migration policy competence center in Addis Ababa, and there's a great website, so I can point you to this. Let me say two more points, because the most boring parts of these events are these welcoming speeches. We're looking forward to the keynotes by Bärbel and Your Excellencies, and then the panel afterwards. But we feel at FAS that the debate in Africa about migration, and the debate we should be having about migration, is one where we talk about how much geo-economic strategic importance this is. If you look at demographic developments, we will be looking back at this time in a few years and wonder, why did we not have a more strategic debate about migration that puts at the center to make Germany an attractive place for people to come here? And I'm not sure we're there yet. But one thing, and that will be my last point, that we are very happy about, this is anecdotal, I'm not a politician, I'm not representing a ministry, so I can confidently say that since the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development is involved in migration partnership, we feel they have been way more successful than previously. So I'm looking forward to hear also what the ministry has to say, and of course what Your Excellencies have to say. But thanks to our two other partners, it's been a pleasure cooperating, and I look forward to this event. Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and welcome also from my side. Now I have the difficulty that content-wise everything was already set in the welcome remarks. So I just want to add that also for the German Africa Foundation, it is an honor to join this event that was already previously organized by the 360-degree Alliance on its own, because we see it is important to bring together all these different stakeholders, from policymakers through diplomatic missions, business, civil society, etc., trade unions this time also, to discuss this very topic. And as the German Africa Foundation, we are an institution that wants to present a platform for all these experts so that German decision makers can make informed decisions and drive Germany's Africa policy forward. And we believe this event is going to do just that. And just one more word on where we actually are, because this is the perfect place, I believe, because in this room, the first 3 sessions of the roundtable during the peaceful revolution of the GDR were actually held here. So I think in this spirit, I hope that today's conference will also provide a similar dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful take. And I thought I can do some kind of creativity. I'm not abiding by the script, made me introduce the wrong person. Again, Dr. Henry, thank you so much, and bear with me, please. So it's because we've been planning all this couple of months with the same person, and this name is just registered here somehow. It's a wonderful opportunity to introduce to you our very first welcoming address. Thank you, the partners that have given us insight into today. And now I have the pleasure of introducing Her Excellency, Ambassador Stella Mokaya Orina, the Ambassador of Kenya, is a senior diplomat and accomplished legal expert with over 2 decades of public service experience in foreign affairs, diplomacy, and international law. Ambassador Orina was appointed to her current role in March 2024, and we hope you're still going to be there longer with us. So help me with the hand clap. Welcome our Ambassador Mokaya, please.
A very good morning to you all. Honorable Babel Kofler, Parliamentary State Secretary in charge of Economic Development, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies, partners from Germany and across Africa, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to address you at this very important summit, which comes at a critical juncture in our collective efforts to reshape and strengthen labor migration frameworks between Africa and Europe, and more particularly between Germany and African nations. Allow me to begin by commending the organizers for creating a space for honest dialogue and policy reflection, and for choosing a theme that speaks to the very heart of successful labor migration and mobility, that is transparency and trust. In 2023, Kenya and Germany began laying the foundation for a formal migration partnership agreement to regulate migration of skilled workers to Germany. The aim was to fulfill the labor market needs of both countries, with Kenya intending to provide its labor to address the skills shortage in the German economy. Both countries agreed to negotiate a migration mobility partnership agreement. The negotiations of the agreement were concluded in July 2024, paving the way for signature in September by the 2 governments. Specifically, the agreement provides for cooperation and information sharing on labor mobility, apprenticeships, student training, labor market needs, employment and welfare of employees, as well as return and integration. Now, the success of this initiative lies in 4 main pillars, and to begin with, the first one is having a joint implementation mechanism, in this case, a joint implementation committee. The JIC is mandated, among other things, to interpret and monitor the implementation of the agreement. And both governments operationalized the JIC just last month. The committee comprises of relevant government agencies and private sector players from both governments. The second pillar is skills alignment and mutual recognition. This is one of the biggest hurdles in labor migration and mobility, and there is often a mismatch in recognition of certificates. So through dialogue with German institutions, Kenya has invested and continues to make its training curricula to align to the needs of the German market. Language training, cultural orientation, and credential recognition were embedded early in the process of negotiations. Another important aspect is the regulation of private recruitment agencies. For the private sector players, to facilitate migration, the government of Kenya has put in place mechanisms to license and regulate recruitment agencies. This ensures that the recruitment is safe, it is orderly, it is regular and productive. Now, monitoring and welfare mechanisms are equally important because trust must be sustained, not just built. The Kenyan government, through our embassy in Berlin and the Ministry of Labor back home, instituted a monitoring and grievance redress mechanism to ensure the well-being of Kenyan workers abroad. But also, I must say now, the embassy just received our labor attaché this week, seated right at the back there, and so we are strengthening this process. Our partnership with Germany agencies has enabled the early resolution of workplace or integration issues. Kenya's case is replicable. What we've learned and what we now recommend is the need to institutionalize mutual accountability frameworks in all labor migration agreements, and these should include transparent recruitment standards, fair wages and equal treatment, worker protection mechanisms, effective and efficient labor dispute handling mechanisms, skill development and mutual recognition of skills acquired in home countries, and feedback loops for continuous policy updates and improvement. On its part, the Federal Republic of Germany, through the GIZ, has shown commendable openness to co-designing such frameworks, including providing support to various institutions that play various roles in the labor migration space. However, more needs to be done by all parties involved to turn labor migration and mobility into a mutually beneficial partnership. We believe that Africa is not just a continent of origin, but a continent of potential, of skills, and solutions. With youth unemployment as a pressing challenge, labor mobility, if well managed, can be a powerful driver of development, both for origin and destination countries. Let us use this summit to chart a future where migration is not seen through a lens of crisis, but of opportunity, where transparency and trust are not buzzwords, but guiding principles, and where the dignity of every worker is upheld, no matter the border they cross. In closing, I reaffirm Kenya's commitment to advancing responsible labor migration and mobility, and to deepen our collaboration with Germany and fellow African states. We are ready to share our model. We are ready to learn from others and work together towards a common future. Thank you. Asanteni sana. Vielen Dank.
Sincere appreciation, Honorable Ambassador Orina, for these wonderful pieces. And now it's a pleasure to welcome our next speaker that will provide a high-level perspective on the future of labor migration. It is none other than our Honorable Dr. Babel Kofler, the Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Dr. Kofler has been a member of the German Parliament since 2004. You're celebrating over 2 decades now. And before her current role, served as the Federal Government Commissioner of Human Rights Policy and Humanitarian Aid. Please welcome Dr. Babel Kofler, who is going to deliver her speech on future prospects for labor migration between Africa and Germany. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Orina. Thank you also for your speech and your insights you were giving us. Thank you, Ambassador El Badri, who is here from the Egypt ambassador, who will give us some insights from his point of view, or from Egypt's point of view. And thank you all excellencies and representatives of civil society, distinguished guests who are here now collaborating on that very important topic. And I may say also, thank you very much, Edith, that you bring us together again. I'm very happy to be here the second time. I had the chance to be last year also part of that discussion, and I'm really absolutely convinced that the ideas which were developed by giving Africa a new face with the supportance of so many other organizations are crucial for our discussion how we organize labor migration in between our two continents. So thank you for the great work you're doing. Just being back from Addis Ababa, actually, there was the second African Climate Summit, which really was of utmost importance because it's showing two things. For me, two things were striking. How many ideas are developed on the African continent to overcome crises which are crucial to all of us. That was very impressive, that stand all the participants were taking on the importance of that topic and how we can commonly, jointly overcome the challenges. And the second thing which was striking is maybe leading to the topic we are discussing today. I had the chance being there at the second innovation hub with young people, coming up with economic, social, and ecological sensible ideas how to overcome challenges we are all facing. It might be circular economy, it might be e-mobility, it might be social inclusion in the transformation of agricultural systems I've seen there, but they are very, very crucial topics which are important also for us here in Europe to see how we really can be together on the top of innovation. So with those two feelings, I was coming back from Addis Ababa, and I just wanted to share that because I think that fits also to the discussion which will be later on also held, how we really can have mutual benefits on the ideas developed on both sides, or on both continents, and how we, at the end of the day, value also the work done by those who are so creative and who are so hardworking. So I want to thank you for that opportunity, and I think I also try to underline how important our neighbor continent, Africa, or the member countries, for us at the German government are. Also in the last period before the elections, we were, with your help, discussing a new strategy, how to approach to African member states, to the African continent. And it's also for the new government, one of the most important things to really get into cooperation and see, not only see, but do justice to the African strategic importance also. That is very much of importance also to my minister, Rima Al-Bali Radovan, and it was not by accident that one of the first moves she did when she was appointed minister was going to the Africa Day in May and coming into conversation, I think, with many of you. I see the ambassador from Egypt nodding. So getting into conversation with many of you representing your various countries here today. That is underlining that for us at the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, dialogue is key. And that's why I'm so happy to be really here to see how we can foster that dialogue, to see how also we can overcome maybe some difficulties we are facing. It was mentioned, and I will underline that a little bit later on in my speech, that there are also challenges to really organize migration good for everybody. And to overcome those challenges together, it's only possible if we go into a dialogue, if we see the other side, if we are respectful, and if we strengthen our personal, cultural, and economic ties. I think that is of utmost importance, and that's why we are all here and want to work together. It was kind of said that our migration agreement's getting better when my ministry is involved. I would agree. No wonder, I would agree. For us, it is really important, and Ambassador from Kenya also was mentioning that it's of mutual beneficial, it should be a mutual beneficial success story. For the countries of origin, like, for example, you were pointing out the example of Kenya, of course, there has to be a story which is helping also the setting in Kenya, that there are qualified workers still in Kenya, that we have an exchange on capacity, that there are benefits for the country of origin. It should be a benefit for our country. It was described. We all have the need also for qualified workers supporting us in our economy. And that is for me very important. It was pointed out it has to be also of benefit for the migrants themselves. At the end of the day, it's always about the people who do that work, who are taking that action, and who are bringing in their knowledge and their personal power in this procedure. So it's about providing decent work, good income, and prospects and opportunities for all sides. And that's what we are trying to work on together with our partners. You were mentioning the migration agreement with Kenya last year, and I think it's a success story. You also pointed that out. It's a success story because it's shaping the way how migration should look like, in the sense of that mutual benefit and respect to everybody involved. We have long-term established, trustful cooperations, and so we were very happy to shape this agreement with Kenya. It is built on a strong network. Things are not coming like that. It is built on a strong network between various actors on the field of development, culture, and business. And over the last year, our two countries have already implemented very important elements of this migration agreement. Ambassador Rina just described them. But I think we have done also a good joint job that was done with coming up with the idea of a labor mobility center within the International Chamber of Commerce, and our colleagues from the Foreign Office were increasing staff on the visa office, which is important at the embassy. The staff at the Goethe Institute was growing at the end of the day to offer more language classes, which is also important for informed and migration of skilled workers. And at the end of the day, in 1 year, it was possible to double the migration rate in between Kenya and Germany in this time. I think that is a great success story under this whole frame of mutual respect and benefit for all three stakeholders, country of origin, Germany, and the migrants themselves. We expect to rise that number significantly because we see the interest of so many people already learning German language at the Goethe Institute. And if once those language skills are reached, I think we will have a very, very fruitful growing cooperation on that. And as you were pointing out, that shouldn't be a single example. That's something we can also multiply with other countries and stakeholders. It's not the only thing we are doing, and my minister is coming in with the informed approach and respectful approach, because we were establishing so-called labor migration centers, which at the end of the day were helping people and countries to address the topic as a topic. It can be a migration on various levels, regional one, local one, but also international one, and have a close look and deep dive what the requirements are, so we really make it a success story for everybody involved. So there are partners like Egypt are coming in. We're having those centers in 9 countries by now. Nigeria, Egypt, and Jordan are 3 examples I just wanted to mention. And that really fits to the local ecosystem around migration. It's about training and employment. It's about language offers, training courses. So informed migration is the key word in that, and with a respective attitude in between both our countries. I want to underline in that perspective the 4 priorities we at the Development Ministry are pursuing. Firstly, we are working with partner governments to support young people in qualifying for future jobs. I think that is important. It has to do a lot also with the qualification of jobs which are needed around the globe. Future jobs for also local labor markets, regional labor markets are important, and combine that with the perspective of international, receiving international qualifications which are recognized abroad, so people are able to work, if it's wanted, also in other places around the globe. I think that is important. We do those things, those programs, not only in Kenya, like was pointed out, we do it in Ghana, in Egypt, in Morocco, and the list is much longer. See a lot of representatives here in the room also of those countries. Secondly, and that was also mentioned before, but I really want to underline it, what we are promoting is fair and ethical recruitment. It was underlined how important the rights of the workers are. I couldn't agree more. And that is something important for everybody in the workforces. Rights have to be acknowledged. Workers have to be informed what their rights are. That's very important for those who have always been here, but it's of utmost importance for those who are coming. So to protect the rights of migrants and then ensure decent working conditions is also part of our work. And I think we have to underline that, because we all know, and I'm sure in the embassies you can tell me also some stories about it, we all know that there are stories of broken promises, of cases of lost hopes, unfair working conditions, and in some cases, unfortunately, exploitation, if it's coming to the topic of labor migration. And we have to work on that to avoid that. It's not acceptable that people are not living and working under decent working conditions. So that's the second point we are working on. The one thing is the qualifying of the job, the cooperation with the partner countries to see where then at the end of the day the new perspectives for those who are seeking a job are the best ones, and then the conditions the workers are coming and are working in. Thirdly, and that is also very important in that topic, is we are strengthening our collaboration also with the private sector. I think it was mentioned also by Mrs. Odhiambo from the Deutsche Afrika Foundation, how important the various stakeholders and actors are. So of course private sector business is important, because those are the companies who are offering at the end of the day the jobs people come into. So we are trying to strengthen our cooperation with private sector, see what skills are needed, so you find a good match in between the qualification of the young people and the jobs offered by the private sector. We are strengthening our partnerships with governments and business to really bring all on the table. That's the third important point for us. And the fourth point, last point, but not least point, is the cooperation with everybody here in the room. With you as representatives of your countries, with civil society, trade unions, business from the various parts of the African continent or from Germany, it's crucial that we are building on bridges, that we are working together on that common goal to find a perspective for everybody around the globe. It's helping us, it's helping your country, it's helping the people. With that perspective, working hand in hand is the fourth big pillar we are building on our cooperation as development ministry. So therefore, I'm very happy to see a room which is crowded with people who are really interested in building those bridges, in working on those cooperations, and on working on standards which makes people and countries benefiting from the topic of labor migration. I'm very happy to see you here. I'm very happy that there's a discussion of experts then coming, which at the end of the day will lead us to the next round and to the next level of action. I have to apologize myself. I have to go to another meeting, so I'm really, really sorry that I cannot be with you for much longer. But I wish you all the success for your work, and I'm very happy to hear from the results of your discussion so we can implement that and bring that back to our work then. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's quite encouraging. Thank you, Dr. Bärbel Koffler. We now have the pleasure of hearing another important perspective of migration now from a different angle of collaborations or agreements with individual federal states. I would like to introduce His Excellency Dr. Mohamed El Badri, Ambassador of Egypt. Ambassador El Badri is a seasoned diplomat and scholar with a distinguished career in international relations, having held prominent roles in foreign policy and diplomatic relations for over 3 decades. Please welcome His Excellency Dr. Mohamed El Badri for his keynote address. Welcome, sir.
Madam State Secretary, Dr. Koffler, Ambassador Stella, dear friend, distinguished gathering, all those organizers, I'd like to thank you very much for giving us all this opportunity to interact, talk, and iron things out so that for a better future for cooperation between Africa and Germany. Now, speaking last is always seen as a disadvantage, but that's not true, because it gives you the opportunity not to be repetitive, and at the same time, it forces you to be innovative. So, with the permission of Madam Secretary, I don't think that I can be innovative in the sense, but at least what I will try to do is to give you the experience of Egypt when it comes to issues of labor migration and labor settlement. Officially, on paper, we have 17,600 Egyptians working here and paying social security. But we all know that the number is higher. As an ambassador of Egypt, I know that it is higher, but I really do not know the exact number. And I'm sure, but I have the courage to admit it. So this is the case, okay? So, how did we deal with this issue when it comes to Germany? I will focus only here on Germany. We have several institutions that are working in this matter. First of all, as Her Excellency, Madam Minister mentioned, we have the Egyptian-German Center for Jobs, Migration and Reintegration through the BMZ in Egypt, and it has been working for some years, and it works both ways in the sense of repatriation, and that was the real intention of having this, repatriating the Egyptians who are here, and or either illegally or they finished their work, but then later on, as demand grew in Germany, it started to work the other way around as well. Is it functioning the way we both wanted? The answer is no. We have a lot that we can work on and develop. And this is the shared view of our two countries. Also, the German Arab Chamber of Industry and Commerce has a role that's played, and perhaps we had last June a fair in Egypt, a job fair, whereby you are trying to bring together supply and demand in Cairo. It was successful. Is it as successful as we wanted to be? No. But it is the first. And if you succeed and you establish everything in your first event, it doesn't happen. But at least it's there, and we are moving it with the help of the Chamber as well as with the BMZ. So let me just very briefly explain to you how we function. I've been here for nearly 11 months now, and labor migration is one of the main topics that we are dealing with in the embassy. Madam Secretary, from where we come in Africa, we have a very nice saying, Hakuna Matata. Okay, all of you who watched The Lion King, Hakuna Matata. But in this case, we have big matatas that we need to work together, put our hands together, and work it out. Well, in simple Keynesian terms, it's a matter of supply and demand. We have the labor. Germany needs the labor. It should be simple. The answer is not. It's a very difficult process. It is not as simple as it appears. And I think Madam Secretary, as well as Ambassador Stella, explained it, and our last night conversations also gave us some insights about the problems that we have. So, in simply, we have an economic problem, okay? The companies finding what they need. The industries finding what they need. All these things, it is a problem. So this is one cluster of a problem, which I put it under economic. We have a social hindrance, which is language, integration, and socialization. Yes, I could be, the problem is if I don't speak German. Okay, now that I speak German, that doesn't necessarily mean that I will fit in. Okay, then even if I fit in, I need to learn socialization, or else Germany would turn into separate entities of distinct migrants. And this is not the policy of the country that is going to host our people who are going to live here. They have to integrate. They have to be a part and parcel of the German society. Education is the third cluster. And what I mean by the problem of education is not the lack of education. On the contrary, in Egypt, for example, we have a plethora of very good institutions. Even German institutions. We have 3 universities in Egypt. The German University in Cairo, the German International University in Cairo that was inaugurated last September by His Excellency President Steinmeier. And now we have the University of Saxony as well in Egypt. We have 3 of them. We have as well the Goethe Institute, and we have the Deutsche Schule, which was about 700 meters away from where I used to live as a kid. And we have other schools. We just inaugurated another school. You have schools in Hurghada. It's all over. The German, I mean, there is a big fascination with Egyptian parents with the Abitur. They love the Abitur. They love the German language. There is something about the German education. It is. I had 3 kids, and German education was one of the things that I had to. I had difficulties with my wife just to get out the French and the German, because I forgot my German, which I used to speak. So I just okay. So we have 550,000 Egyptians who speak fluent German. But do all of them have the accreditation to come? That's the question. So we have an education or an academic matter that we need to solve together. A lot of them are very qualified. And here we need validation, we need accreditation, and we need many other issues so that they can have the requirements to come here. And that is something we have been working on. Now, we have also the legal issue. And I'm not going to talk very much. I'm being hosted here by a German institution. I'm not going to talk about this very much. And now we have wonderful people here from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who are there. And I follow the law. So I don't blame them. I only blame them when I can't get what I want. So I'll be very honest with that. So I also follow the law, and I have people coming in and saying, cursing me because I'm not doing what they want. But c'est la vie, what are we going to do? So we have a legal issue, legal issues that need to be done, and we have to respect the German law. This is a sine qua non. We have to respect the law. Not only by getting the visas and getting things done or getting the work permits, etc., etc. No, but also by respecting the German law when they come. So this is a two-way street. But that doesn't get you off the hook from the visa issues. It took the German embassy 29 days to issue me a visa after they approved my agreement for being an ambassador here. So these are things that we really need to work it out. So, yeah, Madam Minister, you know that. That's fair. That's fair. I was just talking to Jürgen, your ambassador in Cairo, and we agreed that we couldn't do anything about it. So, how did we try to fix this issue, these issues, try to tackle these issues at the embassy? You know, in academia, the first thing we teach the undergraduates when we teach them is something called the level of analysis syndrome, which means how are you going to approach your hypothesis or your paper or something like this. And I never thought that I was going to face it as a diplomat. So here, how are we going to tackle it? If you are going to tackle it on a federal level, you're going to go nowhere. If you're going to tackle it on the Länder level or the state level, you're going to go nowhere. If you are going to tackle it on the Chamber of Commerces and so on, you're going to go nowhere. You know, the reason is that you have to do it, the three of them together. You cannot deal with them as separate entities. No. And this is something we have to work. We always have to work within the system that we have. So, what did we do in here? We talked through the PMZ, and thanks to them, they were able to put us together with 12 or 13 different institutions and ministries that are in charge of these matters. And this was the first meeting, and of course we are going to be calling on Her Excellency once again to start getting this. Ambassador Stella started from a point where they have this labor migration agreement. We don't have it in Egypt. We want to do it. But we have it at the reverse. I have more labor coming in without the agreement. She has less labor coming in with the agreement. I'm sorry, am I adding darkness to your confusion? Now I'm going to do like the British have, I'm going to say confused.com, okay? I really, but this is how we work. And by the way, Egyptian bureaucracy is not a field trip. So I'm not criticizing. So what we did is, me and my colleagues, we visited the Länder. And in the Länder, we visited the ministers involved, the labor ministry, the Minister of Economics, as well as the chambers of commerce and industry. They are a crucial component in this. They are the ones who have the single or a multiple voice of the industries that they represent, so they know what the demand for the industries. And the good news is that on the 26th, I will be signing an agreement with Bavaria on this matter. And believe me, I also had issues clearing it out in Egypt. Bureaucracy is not an easy thing in either part of bureaucracy has no nationality. So this is one of the matatas that we were able to tackle. How well are we going to function? I still don't know. So when Ambassador Stella has it on the highest level with the federal government, we are working on it on the lowest level, which is the Chamber of Commerce. But that's where demand is. So that's where we are trying to work. I will stop here because I way exceeded my time. And as my favorite musician, Neil Peart, once said, blame is better to give than receive, okay? And being diplomats, the best thing I can promise you is that what we're trying to do is to deflect blame. But deflecting blame does not mean that we are not going to work towards this with the help of the German, because this is a win-win situation. It is a win-win situation. And there is no 60-40 here. It has to be 50-50. With the respect of human rights, with the respect for the dignity, not only for the employee, but also for the employer. Because if I am an employer and I have a delinquent employee, I suffer. My rights are being infringed upon. Thank you. We can talk for days and days on this, but thank you for your patience. And inshallah, next time we will have lesser matatas. Thank you.
Oh, that was quite refreshing. I also hope for lesser matatas next time. Thank you so much, Ambassador El Badri, for this wonderful piece. And I know our Permanent Secretary would be leaving now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Dr. Babel Kofler. The rest are still going to have a wonderful discussion now, where some of these points that we just had here in the keynote are going to be intensified. This round is going to focus on transparency and trust in migration agreements, and probably mention some challenges and solutions. And the panel will be moderated by Sabine Odhiambo, the General Secretary of the German African Foundation. She will introduce the panelists. Please join me as we welcome Sabine Odhiambo, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now it works. So I will waste no time, and I would like to welcome my esteemed panel on transparency and trust in migration agreements, challenges and solutions, and I would like to welcome them in alphabetical order in the reverse. So first of all, I would like to welcome to the stage Teresa Kweyu Wabuko, who is the chairperson of the Women's Committee of the East African Trade Union Federation, and who has had the farthest way to come today. Then I would like to welcome Dr. Susanne Schulz, who is a senior expert on democracy and cohesion at the Bertelsmann Foundation. Next, I would like to welcome Rosine Annick Michaelis, who's on the executive board of the Mittelstandsallianz Afrika at the BVMW, which is the Federal Association of the German Economy, and who's also here for her company Expats GMS, a consulting company in the sector of global mobility. Welcome. And last but not least, I would like to welcome Sara Bernardi, who is the head of Division 320 at the Foreign Office, which is responsible for policy issues in sub-Saharan Africa, the African Union, Southern Africa, and the Big Lakes. Great. Welcome. And I have to give a warning first. We are going to speak English and German on this panel, so you will need your translation headsets. Also, we would have had a more gender-balanced panel, but the two men who we had invited could unfortunately not join, and I'm also going to deflect the blame. But I have to say, it is not any of their own faults, and I also have to mention it's not a fault of the Foreign Office this time. So yes, unfortunately, Senator Akume and Dr. Michael Blank, they could not come. So, but I still think we still have a very great panel with whom we're going to discuss now. So, und jetzt spreche ich Deutsch und fange mit dem Auswärtigen Amt an. Sara Bernardi, Transparenz hat viele Dimensionen. Wir haben schon einige in den Keynotes gehört. Und ich möchte bei Ihnen mit folgender beginnen, nämlich dem Zugang zu klaren und verlässlichen Informationen dazu, wie man eigentlich als Fachkraft migrieren kann. Wie stellen deutsche Botschaften und Konsulate sicher, dass potenzielle Migrantinnen und Migranten klare, verlässliche und leicht zugängliche Informationen über die verschiedenen legalen Migrationswege nach Deutschland erhalten?
Ja, vielen Dank und vielen Dank erst auch mal auch von meiner Seite an die Organisatoren für diese Veranstaltung, ganz besonders an Giving Africa a New Face und die 360-Grad-Mobility. Vor allem auch, dass es schon das 3. Mal stattfindet, zeigt erstens natürlich, dass es ein ganz wichtiges Thema ist. Es zeigt aber auch, dass dieses Format ein erfolgreiches ist. Ich glaube, so viele Leute waren das letzte Mal nicht dabei gewesen. Und es führt auch über zu der Frage Vertrauen und Transparenz. Ich glaube, wir brauchen nämlich in der Tat diese Formate, wo sehr unterschiedliche Leute zusammenkommen, die an unterschiedlichen Stellschrauben an diesem Thema arbeiten. Aber zurück zu der Frage. Ganz, ganz wichtig ist, sich zu informieren bei offiziellen Stellen. Wir sehen bei diesem Thema sehr, sehr viele Informationen, die auch in Social Media geteilt werden, die über verschiedene Kanäle gehen und wo immer etwas verloren geht an Informationen. Das heißt, der erste Schritt wäre natürlich, sich zu informieren bei der Deutschen Botschaft auf der Webseite. Das reicht aber nicht. Es gibt eine Webseite, die sehr, sehr viele Informationen bündelt. Das ist Make It in Germany. Ich weiß, dass die manchmal für nicht so benutzerfreundlich vielleicht gehalten wird. Es gibt sehr, sehr viele Informationen. Aber es ist wichtig, denke ich, sich bei offiziellen Stellen zu informieren oder auch mit Offiziellen ins Gespräch zu kommen. Es gibt weitere Webseiten, die darüber informieren, aber ich denke, das ist das Einstiegsportal. Es ist auch nicht nur auf Deutsch, es ist auch mindestens auf Englisch, ich glaube sogar auch auf einer anderen Sprache. Aber mein Plädoyer wäre wirklich, sich bei offiziellen Stellen zu informieren.
Dankeschön. Ms. Wabuko, let's have a look at the migration agreement between Kenya and Germany. Of which we have already heard a lot today. How would you assess the transparency in its negotiation and implementation from the trade union's perspective? And do you think potential Kenyan migrants get adequate information, what we just talked about?
Thank you so much. And I also want to appreciate the organizers of this meeting. And in the interest of time, straight on to the question that has been asked. Basically, I will say trade unions in Kenya were not involved right from the design negotiation, and currently also what we've heard about the steering committee that is in progress and that just met in Nairobi recently. The trade unions were not involved. And this leaves us as workers' representatives, together with the workers that we do represent, to wonder whose interests are being taken care of in these agreements, in the negotiations. We know sometimes migration can take a diplomacy direction where government talks to another government, but we are also on the ground, and we know both countries, Germany and Kenya, have signed the ILO Convention on Tripartism, which puts workers' organizations, employers' organizations, and government into a social partnership that allows them to engage into social dialogue when it comes to issues of labor. Labor is very particular, and as we have workers in Kenya who are willing and ready to work in Germany, it is very important that their voice is also in the labor aspect. So basically, transparency then, having workers' representative being left out of the table becomes also a great concern to the workers' organization, as well as to the workers. We represent both potential workers, and this probably could be one of the reasons we're seeing lower numbers of Kenyans applying for jobs in Germany. Basically, when workers organizations are consulted, we also become even a mouthpiece for the government, particularly when it comes to issues of advocacy, and making sure that workers get accurate and timely information, particularly with regards to employment in Germany, issues of labor rights. The previous speaker has talked about getting to the right site. How does a Kenyan worker know which is the right site to get the accurate information in Germany? And unscrupulous employment agencies, I'll say, have taken advantage of that space. Anything that has been posted, particularly related to work, you see so many adverts, so many scams coming up, and they may post to be a site equivalent to the site that exists. And once sometimes workers get into these sites and they pay, and then the site just disappears. So how do we make sure that workers are able to get timely information, accurate information, and proper guidance, particularly in the rural areas where sometimes internet is a challenge? We may have workers with great potential, but how are they able to access this information so that, again, within the country, there is equitable distribution of fairness when it comes to job opportunities and the willingness for people to be able to participate. So basically, when information is clear, it is timely, it is accurate, and this information more so touching on issues of labor rights for these migrant workers, living conditions here in Germany, any workers, institutions, associations, or organizations these workers can come and link up, how language barriers can be mitigated, can be very useful, and can also help to prevent exploitation, because most exploitation is around these key issues. It will avoid the risk of misinformation, and also the risk of unrealistic dreams. Sometimes the information workers have back at home is like Europe is a land of milk and honey, which may sometimes not be the case. If I migrate, the house at home, particularly rent, is very low. And we just realized when we arrived here and the discussion of yesterday that rent here is very expensive. And that is something they had not anticipated. So upon arrival, and they meet facts as they are on the ground, the first thing is disappointment for the worker. When a worker is disappointed, then sometimes it translates to productivity within the workspace, which also means they are not able to maybe now meet the needs of the employer. So you have a dissatisfied worker and a dissatisfied employer that then you feel in the process of migration, some due diligence was maybe missed out. And I'm happy for this meeting because it brings us together to see where gaps are, where we can improve, and how we can make it better for both the sending countries and the countries of destination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you already touched upon a lot of challenges there, and one thing we definitely take from it is your inclusion in the next roundtable between Kenya and Germany. Frau Michaelis, Sie arbeiten seit langem zum Thema Global Mobility, allerdings zunächst mit dem Fokus auf Entsendung von Deutschen ins Ausland, inzwischen aber auch im Bereich der internationalen Fachkräftegewinnung. Wie entwickelt sich die Nachfrage nach afrikanischen Fachkräften bei deutschen Unternehmen und werden aus Ihrer Sicht die aktuellen Bestimmungen den Realitäten deutscher Unternehmen gerecht oder was muss sich ändern?
Also zunächst mal vielen herzlichen Dank für diese Einladung. Ich glaube, dass der Zusammenhang zwischen der aktuellen Gesetzgebung hinsichtlich des Migrationsabkommens, das ja seit 2020 existiert, und die Herausforderungen, die wir in der Suche von Fachkräften, in der Suche und Rekrutierung von Fachkräften im Grunde genommen sehr gut zusammenpasst. Es wurde ja an vielen Stellen schon gesagt, dass man da ein bisschen an manchen Stellschrauben noch etwas tun muss. Um die Frage direkt zu beantworten, ob man da noch was hinzutun kann, die Frage ist eindeutig ja. Das Prestige deutscher Unternehmen ist ungebrochen. Wir haben eben von Herrn Botschafter aus Ägypten gehört über die Faszination von Ägyptern für deutsche Ausbildungsstätten, also ich verstehe darunter Universitäten, Schulen. Man kann ja wirklich immer noch sehen, dass es sehr, sehr viele deutsche Schulen in Afrika gibt, die, glaube ich, im Zuge der Botschaften gegründet wurden. Die Arbeitnehmer oder die Arbeitgeber erstmal, die nach Fachkräften suchen mit sehr viel Kapazitäten nach passenden Mitarbeitern und finden sie eigentlich nicht aus den üblichen Gründen, die bereits hier erläutert wurden. Das heißt, ob es an der Gesetzgebung liegt, das kann ich nicht beurteilen, ob es an den Jobprofilen selber liegt, das daran verfeinert werden muss, da kann ich eher sagen, meine Tendenz ist zu sagen, ja, da kann man noch viel machen. Dahingehend, dass man vielleicht die unterschiedlichen Ausbildungswege besser honoriert, die eigentlich zum selben Ergebnis führen, nämlich Performance. Ich glaube, dass deutsche Unternehmen schon herausragende Arbeit machen in der Rekrutierung. Sie geben sich da sehr viel Mühe, sind häufig fündig, aber sehr häufig auch nicht aus unterschiedlichen Gründen. Ich würde ganz gerne eine kleine Brücke zur Ausbildung oder zum deutschen Ausbildungssystem machen, der ein richtiger Exportschlager ist, von dem man wirklich davon ausgehen muss, dass man da die deutschen Arbeitgeber noch mehr unterstützen kann. mit Rahmenbedingungen im Ausland, weil es sind im Grunde genommen diese lokalen Ausbildungsstätten, wenn man im Ausland investieren will und nach Mitarbeitern sucht, die das Potenzial bergen, künftig die Ausbildungen und künftig die Mitarbeiter zu trainieren, die man dann auch vor Ort wahrscheinlich viel leichter rekrutieren kann. Und dann hat man vielleicht weniger Abhängigkeit von, ich sage mal, von Management, dass man vielleicht erstmal von Deutschland nach Afrika importiert, weil das ein anderer Punkt ist, dem man in dem Geschäft Global Mobility begegnet. Ja? Dass man da besetzt auf höchster Ebene erstmal mit Einheimischen aus der deutschen Zentrale, was man vielleicht auch anders angehen könnte. Ja.
Dankeschön. Ja, Stichwort Ausbildung und Ausbildung auch auf dem Kontinent. Genau da, Frau Schulz, möchte ich mit Ihnen ansetzen, denn es gibt ja nicht nur Migrationsabkommen, es gibt auch verschiedene Initiativen zur Fachkräftegewinnung und die Bertelsmann Stiftung setzt seit dem letzten Jahr gemeinsam mit der GIZ, den Bauverbänden NRW und weiteren Partnern ein Ausbildungspartnerschaftsprogramm im Bauhandwerk in Ghana und im Senegal um. Könnten Sie uns das Projekt kurz vorstellen und von ersten Erfahrungen berichten im Bereich der Fachkräftemigration?
Ja, sehr gerne. Erstmal auch von mir ganz herzlichen Dank für die Einladung und für die Organisation dieser sehr spannenden Veranstaltung, die meines Erachtens auch genau die Akteure zusammenbringt, die wir hier brauchen, weil wir brauchen noch ganz viel Dialog und es muss noch viel passieren. Gern stelle ich unser Projekt vor. Das hat einen sehr langen Vorlauf, bis wir überhaupt dahin gekommen sind. Eine Ausbildungspartnerschaft, das heißt das Testen von unterschiedlichen Modellen zu Ausbildung und Migration und Entwicklung mit Ghana und Senegal aufzubauen. Es war ursprünglich, ging es um Ghana sehr früh, dann hatten wir Gespräche über Äthiopien, dann kamen geopolitische Verwerfungen über den Ukraine-Krieg hinzu und eine EU-Prioritätensetzung von Senegal als Prioritätenland, sodass wir am Ende einen Fonds beantragen konnten durch die GIZ, International Services. Das ist der quasi privatwirtschaftliche Arm der GIZ, die ein bisschen flexibler auch sein können, Gelder zu beantragen bei der EU Migration Partnership Facility für, wie Sie gerade schon sagten, eine Ausbildungspartnerschaft im Baubereich. Und dieses Projekt begann dann Anfang letzten Jahres und ist meines Erachtens ganz toll aufgesetzt worden, dadurch, dass man viele wichtige unterschiedliche Stakeholder in den Herkunftsländern, in Ghana und Senegal, als auch in Deutschland, mit an Bord gezogen hat. Es ist total gut, dass die Bauverbände NRW mit dabei sind. Dadurch ist ein Link zu den Unternehmen da. Wir haben lokales Personal in Ghana und Senegal angestellt und treffen doch jetzt auf die ersten Probleme. Es gibt 3 Modelle, die getestet werden. Einmal ein Modell, wo Menschen vorbereitet werden mit Sprache und einer kulturellen Orientierung und dann nach Deutschland einreisen. Diese erste Kohorte sollte eigentlich jetzt einreisen, beziehungsweise einzelne reisen jetzt ein, aber wir haben nicht so viele Menschen vermitteln können und da treffen wir auf das verbreitete Problem, weil wir die Plätze in Unternehmen nicht gefunden haben, vor allem bei den Personen aus Senegal. Da sind wir gerade am Evaluieren, woran liegt das, wie kann man da weiter mit umgehen, kann ich auch gleich noch was zu sagen. Das zweite Modell ist ein Hybridmodell, das ist eigentlich so der Königsweg der Ausbildungspartnerschaften, dass Menschen vor Ort im Herkunftsland ausgebildet werden und dann entweder ausreisen zur Arbeit oder weiteren Ausbildung oder auch im Herkunftsland bleiben und dort in Arbeit kommen. Wie sich zeigt, sind die Unterschiede der Ausbildungssysteme zwischen Ghana, Senegal und Deutschland so groß, dass wir zwar eine Vorausbildung machen können, also wir setzen hier an Ausbildungsinstituten vor Ort an, aber dass wir keine volle Ausbildung machen können, sondern Menschen reisen dann aus und wenn alles gut läuft, kriegen sie ein Jahr der Ausbildung anerkannt. Und das dritte Modell, also dieses Hybridmodell, das startet jetzt gerade erst. Idealerweise reisen dann nächstes Jahr Leute aus. Und das dritte Modell ist der Versuch, die neue Erfahrungssäule des Fachkräfteeinwanderungsgesetzes. Die existiert seit Frühjahr nächsten Jahres. Da geht es darum, dass Menschen einreisen können ohne einen in Deutschland anerkannten Abschluss, nur auf Basis, was heißt nur auf Basis von Erfahrungen in einem qualifizierten Beruf, die sie im Herkunftsland gewonnen haben. Und die Idee ist oder war, dass wir testen, also Menschen finden, die diese spezifische Erfahrung mitbringen in Bauberufen. Es geht hier vor allem um Tiefbau und Straßenbau, die dann direkt in den Job quasi nach Deutschland einreisen können. Also auch hier natürlich Sprachausbildung und so weiter. Allerdings treffen wir auch hier jetzt auf Probleme, weil wir haben so eine Vortestung von einzelnen sehr geeigneten und qualifizierten Kandidaten vorgenommen, die aber nicht den Standards entsprechen, die wir bräuchten für die durch das Fachkräfteeinwanderungsgesetz vorausgesetzten Qualifikationen. Das heißt, wir sind hier gerade dabei, dieses Modell 3, was eigentlich ganz viele Toren öffnen könnte und was so ein Weg oder wirklich eine Erweiterung auch der Fachkräfteeinwanderung nach Deutschland sein könnte, zu begraben in dieser ersten Testungsphase. Also wir hatten vorhin da auch drüber gesprochen und das war ganz spannend von Frau Michaelis zu hören, was man da noch machen könnte. Also wir werden da noch mal nachhaken, aber genau das sind die Stellen, an denen wir gerade stehen und die doch herausfordernd sind.
Dankeschön. Ich würde direkt bei Ihnen bleiben, denn genau, die Frage ist natürlich, was macht man? Denn auch laut dem Fachkräftemigrationsmonitor 2024 stagniert die Erwerbsmigration aus Afrika bei nur rund 6%, während der Großteil der Zuwanderung hier tatsächlich aus Asien und Europa kommt. Was sind aus Ihrer Sicht die Gründe für diese Stagnation? Liegt das eben genau in der fehlenden Anerkennung auch von Ausbildung? Und wie lassen sich dann faire internationale Partnerschaften gestalten, um dem zukünftig entgegenzuwirken und ja, sowohl der Fachkräftemigration als auch der nachhaltigen Entwicklung in den afrikanischen Ländern gerecht zu werden?
Ja, danke. Zunächst ist zu sagen, dass die Erwerbsmigration nicht nur aus Afrika, sondern eigentlich aus allen Ländern stagniert, beziehungsweise nur ganz leicht steigt, weil wir hier noch Umsetzungsprobleme, nenne ich es jetzt mal, bei der Fachkräfteeinwanderung haben. Also wir haben mittlerweile ein sehr liberales Gesetz der Fachkräftezuwanderung in Deutschland, das, wie ich gerade schon meinte, nochmal erweitert wurde, 2023, 2024. Das aber in der Umsetzung bei Ausländerbehörden gerade noch hakt, in der Umsetzung bei Auslandsvertretungen. Also wir wissen, da ist ganz viel gerade im Prozess, im Sinne von Digitalisierung und so weiter. Auch haben wir Pläne einer Work-and-Stay-Agentur vom Bundesarbeitsministerium, das Prozesse zentralisieren möchte, auch digitalisieren und so weiter. Dennoch sind das alles gerade noch Dinge, die nicht umgesetzt sind. Also wir haben es gerade noch mit einem System zu tun, das nur sehr schleppend funktioniert. Viele Anträge brauchen noch sehr lange. Die Voraussetzungen, und da komme ich dann zu afrikanischen Staaten für die Fachkräfteeinwanderung nach Deutschland, sind immer noch sehr hoch. Also wir haben in den allermeisten Fällen sprachliche Voraussetzungen von mindestens A2 oder B1, manchmal sogar B2, also je nach welchen Beruf ich ausüben kann und möchte. Wir haben ein Thema der Information, was gerade schon besprochen wurde. Wir wissen, dass Zuwanderung zum Erwerb oder auch insgesamt Migration, Information läuft über Netzwerke. Und hier ist auch ein Punkt, dass wir noch, also wir müssen daran arbeiten, dass die Netzwerke, und da kommen wir zu Abkommen und Partnerschaften und so weiter, die wir haben, die sind noch nicht fundiert genug und wir müssen auch über solche Projekte wie Skills Partnerships und so weiter gehen, um eben Standards zu setzen, um Systeme zu bauen, um Beispiele zu setzen, um auch gerade diese Kommunikation mit Unternehmen, die uns jetzt nicht gelingt, beziehungsweise wir sind da dran, wo wir merken, genau das ist eben der Knackpunkt, um all das zu schleifen, beziehungsweise Beispiele zu setzen, Standards zu setzen und so weiter. Also es ist wirklich so ein Stückchen für Stückchen, Schrittchen für Schrittchen von ganz vielen Akteuren, die zu einem funktionierenden System führen müssen.
Dankeschön. Ms. Wabuku, I would like to get back to you. You are not only the chairperson of the Women's Committee of the East African Trade Union Confederation, you're also the focal person on labor migration at the Kenyan Trade Union Association, as well as the African Trade Union Migration Network. So you represent the interests of workers from all over East Africa. Two questions to you. How attractive is labor migration to Germany compared to other countries for East Africans? And what are your 3 key expectations or demands towards the German government when it comes to ensuring fair and equitable labor migration, transparency and trust between East Africa and Germany that will make Germany an attractive destination?
Thank you so much. As a chairperson of the East Africa Trade Union Confederation, it covers Republic of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. So basically within the region, German would be a preferred destination for workers within the region. However, there are 3 things that if well or strategically looked into can really be of use in increasing the numbers of migrant workers within the region to Germany. And also not forgetting, like in yesterday's discussion, there were issues of already existing migrant workers from these countries who are already here and who are qualified. How best can they also then be considered? Because when it comes to language, they're already very conversant with the language. And probably the issue of skills here would be, recognition of skills could be very important. So basically, still now back at home within the regions where I represent as a chairperson of the Women Committee at ETUC, fair recruitment really comes at the top, and having ethical labor practices, that is in Kenya and across the region. And this rolls down to not only issues of recruitment fees, but also other related costs to recruitment that are usually costs that are hidden in the process of the migration process. And this also leaves many workers in debt, even as they come to work. And you find within the first few months of employment, they're just working to pay debts back at home. And this is not only in Kenya, but it cuts across the region. An area of fees is one area where also recruitment agencies usually take advantage, particularly if implementation of the recruitment process has a gap in exploitation of migrant workers. Under fair recruitment, we're looking at the element of having written contracts in languages that they are able to understand and clearly outlining out issues of their rights within the workplace. Also highlighting the laws within German so that they know this is what is expected of us and this is what is expected of the employer, so that again, each is not overstepping on their mandate. These contracts should also clearly state the wages, and the wages should be honored so that we do not have an issue whereby we have contracts being substituted and workers maybe getting wages lower than what was actually agreed upon at home. Of course, the job description, the general working conditions is best when it is also spelled out in the contracts, and it is important that issues of accommodation are also mentioned and the regulations that comes with accommodation, if it is employer providing, if they have to source for accommodation by themselves, so that when they arrive here, they feel at home, safe, secure. Another second important thing I'll mention is guaranteeing these workers of their labor rights, issues of social protection, as well as being sure that indeed there is equity in terms of pay, that is equal pay for work of equal value. And particularly here in Germany, it is important when workers come that they are able to be part of existing workers' organizations or associations, so that they are trying to also feel they are in a safe space away from home. workers, most of the time within workspaces, just like at home, of course, there are grievances. How is the grievance handling mechanism, and are they aware of these processes? If there are any disputes arising from work, do they know the channels to follow so that then they also do not bypass the laid down channels and find themselves on the wrong side of the law? Social protection inclusion is key on issues of insurance. If they can be allowed to join any schemes, it is important. Issues of pension for skilled workers, for example, the healthcare workers, if they can also be able to have pension schemes or be part of the pension schemes, and also issues of unfair dismissals. Another third area of collaboration would be on pre-departure, back at home, and post-arrival orientation. So at home, can the German government, since they are getting into discussion with Kenya, be able to also be part of the pre-orientation structures so that as Germans, they can also be able to invest in the pre-departure structures within Kenya to see how best we are able to build capacity of workers even before they leave this country of origin to come and work here in Germany. Upon arrival, yesterday we talked about this, but I know all of us in this room were not here yesterday, the issue of integration, which goes beyond just the language. It is a process, and upon arrival, if there can be proper integration to enable these migrant workers be able to fit in the system, it is one area that is very, very important. Improving on skills back at home is very key, so that we do not have workers migrating from the East African region, and upon arrival here you find maybe the skills, the prerequisite skills do not match. So we're looking at a situation whereby it is a win-win and there is due diligence, and both the employers and workers feel that they are an important player in the whole process. So those three things, probably among others that I've not mentioned, but you only said I say three, could be very important in improving the general welfare of migrant workers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Frau Bernardi, wir haben jetzt gerade diese 3 Forderungen gehört. Vielleicht am Nachmittag in den Workshops ist dann noch Zeit für die weiteren. Deckt sich das mit dem, was von afrikanischen Partnern an das Auswärtige Amt herangetragen wird, wenn es um Mobilität und Fachkräftekooperation geht? Oder welche weiteren Forderungen stellen Partner? Und inwiefern spielen dabei die Themen Transparenz und Vertrauen eine Rolle? Gleichzeitig möchte ich Sie auch fragen, was wünschen Sie sich umgekehrt von afrikanischen Partnern, um eine verlässliche und vertrauensvolle Zusammenarbeit im Rahmen von Migrationsabkommen zu ermöglichen?
Ja, vielen Dank. Also ich glaube, vieles, was hier angesprochen wurde, wird sicherlich auch noch in den Workshops, die nach diesem Panel stattfinden werden, auch nochmal vertieft werden, auch um vielleicht zu erläutern, was es auch schon alles gibt in Deutschland oder wie die rechtliche Situation in Deutschland ist, mit Bezug auf beispielsweise Rentensystem, mit Bezug auf Arbeitnehmerrechte. Da bin ich aber auch gar nicht die Expertin, denn es ist sehr schön, dass Sie die Frage spezifiziert haben, welche sind die Erwartungen an das Auswärtige Amt, denn in der Regel sind das nicht diese Fragen, die dann ans Auswärtige Amt gerichtet werden. Eigentlich ist es ein ganz anderer Aspekt. Also man muss ist die Frage, wer spricht mit uns natürlich. Und ein Aspekt, den Sie ein bisschen anklingen haben lassen, der eigentlich sehr häufig kommt, ist eher die Mobilität in die andere Richtung, nämlich die Investitionen in den afrikanischen Ländern, einhergehend mit Berufsausbildung möglicherweise in den afrikanischen Ländern. Und auch da gibt es ja einige Hürden zu nehmen. Ich glaube, das ist vielleicht auch ein Ansatz, den man sich überlegen kann, manchmal, wenn man in der Zweiseitigkeit oder Zweigleisigkeit denkt, wenn man über Bürokratieabbau auf der einen Seite redet, gibt es auch Bürokratieabbau auf der anderen Seite. Der ägyptische Botschafter hat das auch eben angesprochen. Aber natürlich, wenn es um Labour Mobility Richtung Deutschland geht, dann kommt natürlich immer das Visa-Thema. Ich meine, das kriegt immer den größten Applaus, wie wir das eben hier auch gehört haben. Und wir wissen natürlich darum, dass Wartezeiten sehr oft sehr lang sind. Es ist allerdings schon so, dass wir denken, dass durch die Digitalisierung jetzt, also in allen deutschen Auslandsvertretungen, die also in allen Visa-Vertretungen oder nahezu allen Visa-Vertretungen, aber auf dem afrikanischen Kontinent in allen, ist das Visa-Verfahren mittlerweile digitalisiert für die nationalen Visa. Das heißt noch nicht für die Schengen-Visa, aber die sind ja auch nicht entscheidend für das Thema, was wir jetzt heute diskutieren. Aber alles, was mit Erwerbstätigkeit, mit Studienaufnahme zu tun hat, das Verfahren ist digitalisiert. Und wir spüren auch schon einen Effekt, obwohl es erst im Endeffekt seit Anfang des Jahres in Kraft ist. Im letzten Jahr haben wir 500.000 nationale Visa ausgestellt und das war im Vergleich zum Vorjahr eine Erhöhung um 12% bei der Erwerbstätigkeit und ich glaube 20% bei Studium. Das ist bei langen Wartezeiten natürlich dann auch noch nicht so viel, das ist mir klar, aber ich glaube, wenn wir da weiter voranschreiten, was wir tun werden, da werden sich diese Wartezeiten auch noch verkürzen, weil es nämlich dazu führt, dass keiner mehr an der deutschen Botschaft erscheint, der seine Unterlagen nicht vollständig hat. Es ist also nur noch dann ein Termin, wenn es zum Fingerabdruck kommt. Und das ist sehr, sehr häufig ein Grund gewesen, warum es auch zu lange Wartezeiten kommt, weil Personen mehrfach um einen Termin bitten mussten, weil nicht beim ersten Mal unbedingt alle Unterlagen vollständig waren. Also durch die Digitalisierung erhoffen wir uns da wirklich einen Fortschritt. Das ist also, würde ich sagen, das größte Petitum, was wir als Auswärtiges Amt haben. Ein anderes ist sicherlich auch die Unübersichtlichkeit der Informationen. Das ist hier auch schon mal aufgekommen. Ich denke, wir haben mit dem Fachkräfteeinwanderungsgesetz wahrscheinlich in Europa, das können Sie besser beurteilen, eines der liberalsten. Man muss auch verstehen, wo Deutschland herkommt, das sich sehr, sehr, sehr lange nicht als Einwanderungsland verstanden hat. Wir sind also nicht vergleichbar mit den klassischen Einwanderungsländern. Es ist also auch ein anderer Mindset, der sich auch erst langsam entwickelt. Und ich glaube, die Grundlagen mit dem Fachkräfteeinwanderungsgesetz sind da sehr gut gelegt, weil es sehr viel mehr Flexibilität einräumt. Eben auch beispielsweise mit der Chancenkarte noch nicht mit einem fertigen Arbeitsvertrag ein Visum beantragen zu müssen, was vorher der Fall war. Also wenn man man sich einmal durchklickt, beispielsweise auf der Webseite der Deutschen Botschaft, was die Voraussetzungen sind, um Mindest zu erreichen, dann sieht man, dass die für eine Erwerbstätigkeit, für ein Studium in Deutschland völlig abnehmen. Ja? Also am Ende ist es auch noch die Verantwortung jedes Einzelnen, zu schauen, wo informiere ich mich. Und ich muss es leider noch mal wiederholen, ich weiß, dass es viel Fake News gibt. Aber die Webseite der Botschaften, die auch verlinken auf bestimmte Webseiten, die sind doch recht verlässlich. Und da, glaube ich, ist es die erste Möglichkeit, sich zu informieren. Sie haben angesprochen, diese Work-and-Stay-Agentur, die etabliert werden soll. Davon erhoffen wir uns natürlich schon, dass da auch Informationen holistischer gebündelt sind, also Work and Stay, das beinhaltet natürlich viele Aspekte, auch im Bereich der Integration, die damit verbunden sind. Ich bin mir bewusst, dass da noch ein bisschen mehr passieren muss und dass es bestimmt auch noch Abstimmungsbedarf hier gibt. Aber ich würde sagen, dass die Grundlagen hier wirklich gesetzt wird. Vielleicht noch ein anderer Punkt. Mehr Flexibilität, mehr Agilität führt natürlich zwangsläufig auch manchmal zu mehr Unübersichtlichkeit. Ich glaube, das ist manchmal der Preis, den man vielleicht auch zahlen muss, wenn man Dinge schneller machen möchte. Wir haben viele Stakeholder, die involviert sind. Das werden wir auch nicht ändern. Wir sind so in Deutschland, wir sind ein föderaler Staat, wir haben die Kammern, die machen tolle Arbeit. Das ist vielleicht auch ein bisschen, was man dann wiederum vielleicht jetzt an die Erwartungen kommend, die man vielleicht an afrikanische Gesprächspartner richten kann, die wiederum ihre ihre Staatsangehörigen informieren müssen. Dieses System muss man ein bisschen auch verstehen. Und es schadet vielleicht auch nicht, sich im Vorfeld damit auseinanderzusetzen, denn man wird diese Situation ja in Deutschland auch immer wieder neu finden. Also auch für einen deutschen Bürger ist es nicht immer einfach, die Bürokratie durchschauen. Deswegen der Wunsch vielleicht an afrikanische Organisationen, Gesprächspartner, die sich in diesem Bereich unterwegs sind, ebenfalls zu informieren, das Gespräch zu suchen, vielleicht nicht nur mit der Botschaft, auch mit den Kammern, die da involviert sind, und dann vielleicht gemeinsam zu überlegen, wie man dann die Informationen so verarbeiten kann, dass sie von einer vielleicht etwas bürokratisch anmutenden Webseite auch erklärbar sind vor Ort, aber ohne, dass es hinterher zu sozusagen einem Stille-Post-Prinzip führt und hinterher doch nur die Hälfte der Informationen ankommt. Vielleicht noch ein Punkt, unsere Auslandsvertretungen, die versuchen das natürlich auch. Es gibt, in Kenia hatten wir Jobbörsen beispielsweise in Zusammenarbeit mit Institutionen vor Ort. Es gibt kleine Videos, die gedreht werden, die versuchen aufzuklären, auch etwas weniger bürokratisch über Instagram, über verständlichere Sprache vielleicht, auch im Dialog mit afrikanischen Arbeitnehmern, die vielleicht schon vor Ort waren, zurückgekommen sind, von ihren Erfahrungen erzählen. Also da gibt es unterschiedliche Formate, an denen die Botschaften auch arbeiten. Aber ich muss mich leider noch mal wiederholen, also die Verantwortung sozusagen, sich an die offiziellen Stellen zu richten, die muss man einfach auch übernehmen, wenn man sich dafür interessiert, nach Deutschland zu kommen.
Dankeschön. Ich stelle jetzt noch eine Frage ans Podium und dann möchte ich Sie bitten, Ihre Fragen zu stellen, beziehungsweise auch gerne bei offenen Fragen Lösungen anzubieten. Wir sind ja schließlich hier wir haben ja viele Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, die selber Expertinnen und Experten sind und entsprechend in dem Bereich aktiv. Aber zunächst, Frau Michaelis, wir haben gerade gehört, es sind viele Akteure involviert. Ein Akteur, über den wir noch gar nicht gesprochen haben, ist die Afrikanische Union, die mit ihrem Joint Labour Migration Program und der Agenda 2063 ganz eigene Strategien verfolgt, um faire, sichere und reguläre Arbeitsmigration innerhalb Afrikas und mit internationalen Partnern zu fördern. Wie kann aus Ihrer Sicht insbesondere die deutsche Wirtschaft von diesen afrikanischen Initiativen profitieren? Und welche Rolle spielt dabei das Konzept der zirkulären Migration, welches Sie auch fordern? Genau.
Okay. Ich wollte noch mal eine Verstärkung der Argumente der beiden Damen zu meiner Linken und Rechten anbringen, aus dem Zusammenhang, dass die Unternehmungen hinsichtlich der, bestimmter Aktionen wie die Agentur, ich habe jetzt den Namen, wie heißt das Projekt nochmal, das neue? Work and Stay, das ist sehr gut. Das kommt der Wirtschaft sehr entgegen. Und dann haben wir noch Skills for Germany, was ich erwähnen möchte. Und in dem Zusammenhang, weil es viel mit der deutschen Wirtschaft zu tun hat, viele Aktionen hinsichtlich der Förderung von Vocational Training. Da passiert einiges Hochwertiges in Afrika. Ich war selber in einem Projekt im Auftrag des BVMWs involviert, in einem Erasmus-Programm. Das Stichwort Erasmus-Programm ist gestern auch gefallen. All diese Programme, die Jugendliche und Frauen fördern, was ja wichtig ist, um unterschiedliche, Bevölkerungsschichten zu stärken, sind sehr gute Bausteine, die sich sehr, sehr gut decken. Einmal mit dem Einwanderungsgesetz für Fachkräfte, das möchte ich betonen, und mit dem Stichwort Labour Mobility, das ein großes Stichwort im Rahmen der African Union Agenda für 2063 bildet. Es gibt da mehr Schnittmengen, als man sich eigentlich vorstellen kann. Und vieles davon, wir haben ein bisschen angerissen gestern in der Diskussion, dass die Deutschen eigentlich nicht so gut darin sind zu verkaufen, was sie bereits toll machen. Das möchte ich an der Stelle nochmal betonen. Also dahingehend möchte ich wirklich sagen, im Rahmen gerade des Labour Mobilities haben wir ja nicht nur die Abkommen mit Kenia, Ghana, wir haben hier bereits auch angerissen über den Botschafter Ägyptens selber, was da passiert, aber wenn wir konsolidieren würden, was bereits da passiert im Rahmen des Vocational Trainings, Sie sehen, ich schaue eher Richtung Afrika, als Richtung, wen lassen wir hierher einwandern, dann hätten die, ich sag mal, die Trainingszentren, die bereits vor Ort sind, nochmal eine Stärkung der hiesigen Behörden. Die Verbände, wie gesagt, habe ich gesagt, machen bereits sehr viel, tolle Projekte. Wir machen auch einiges Digitales. Wir haben digitale Lernplattformen für Trainings und für Train-the-Trainer-Maßnahmen. Wer möchte, kann mich da nochmal dazu befragen später. Ich sage einfach nur, das ist ganz diskret passiert über den BVMW und über die Assoziation europäischer Unternehmer. Das heißt, dass da Europa global insgesamt schon viel macht. Und das auch mit Zertifizierung, weil wir haben über Validation gesprochen, über Zertifizierung. Wir haben darüber gesprochen, dass wir schauen müssen, dass die Qualifikationen nicht herabgestuft werden, dass Menschen nicht in Jobs rein müssen, um zu überleben, für die sie eigentlich, ich mag das Wort nicht, Überqualifizierung, aber es ist ein Stichwort, das in Deutschland ja sehr verbreitet ist und auch sehr genutzt wird. Dahingehend finde ich, dass man da wirklich mehr bewerben soll, was bereits passiert ist und davon vielleicht auch Erfahrung abschöpfen, um das vielleicht noch mal einfach zu multiplizieren in anderen Ländern. Weil die Beispiele, die ich eben angerissen habe, die sind sehr demokratisch verteilt, muss ich sagen, in einem Kompaktland, aber auch in Nicht-Kompaktländern. Ja? Das heißt, dass die Wirtschaften, die Verbände schon ganz autonom darauf ausgerichtet sind, wo kann man was machen, wo kann man vielleicht die Landflucht bekämpfen, indem man vielleicht auf Zentren schaut, Vor-Ort-Zentren verstärkt, nochmal mit Train-the-Trainer-Maßnahmen, mit digitalen Lernplattformen, um nicht nur diese Landflucht, der Landflucht entgegenzuwirken, was ja die Wirtschaft an sich stärkt vor Ort, sondern um der deutschen Wirtschaft tatsächlich den Rahmen zu bilden, vor Ort schon mit Leuten zu tun zu haben, die wissen, was Standardisierung bedeutet, Prozesse erfüllen bedeutet, was Rahmenbedingungen, ich sag mal, im Rahmen der, der Erfüllung eines Jobprofils bedeuten. Und das ist das, was wir also als Erfahrungswert gemacht haben, was ich gerne nochmal in die Runde mitteilen und geben wollte, dass es da funktioniert, dass wir bitte auch den Blick darauf ausrichten, was bereits funktioniert und vielleicht da auch diese Akteure nochmal stärker einbinden, um zu gucken, wie kann man das verbreiten, damit im Rahmen der AU-Agenda 2063 nochmal was richtig Gutes und Nachhaltiges herauskommt, eigentlich für alle drei Parteien. Einmal für für Deutschland, also das Land, in das man migrieren würde, aber auch für die Herkunftsländer und vor allem, es war auch das Stichwort, der Migrant selber, also nicht Migrant, der Mensch im Mittelpunkt für die Menschen selber, nämlich eine Verbesserung der Lebensbedingungen, persönliches Wachstum natürlich, Knowledge Transfer für die Herkunftsländer und hier vielleicht für die hiesigen Herausforderungen einfach nochmal Impulse von außen, ja, und menschliche Bereicherung. Ich hoffe, ich habe die Frage abgedeckt.
Dankeschön. So, jetzt würde ich nochmal dem Publikum die Chance geben. Ich sehe direkt hier 3. Wir fangen hier vorne an und dann da vorne 2. Gibt es ein Mikro für den Saal? Sonst nehmen wir hier eins.
Moin, moin aus Hamburg. So, Hilfe, das ist mein Name. So, ich habe hier eine Frage ans Auswärtige Amt. So, mein Punkt gilt den Ablehnungsgründen bei inhaltlichen und wie heißt das noch? formalen und inhaltlich, also es gibt also Anträge, wobei die Unterlagen sind inhaltlich und formal vollständig, aber trotzdem gibt es Ablehnung bei der Visa-Erteilung. Also mein Punkt ist, also bei solchen Fällen treibt man die Leute direkt oder indirekt in die illegale Migration, weil also wenn einer also schon klar gemacht hat, dass er nach Deutschland kommen möchte, um entweder um eine Sprache, also um Deutsch zu lernen und danach eine Ausbildung zu beginnen. Und bei solchen Antragstellern noch an Ablehnung kommt, dann kenne ich viele Fälle, wo die Leute alles ansetzen, um durch die andere Tür nach Deutschland zu kommen. Das war immer mein Punkt beim Auswärtigen Amt. Also deswegen würde ich mal fragen, was könnte man bei den Auslandsvertretungen ansetzen, sodass bei Vollständigkeiten, solchen Vollständigkeiten einfach das Visum erteilt wird. Genau.
Dankeschön. Ich würde erst mal sammeln. Ja, gerne nach hinten bitte einmal durchgeben. Einfach vielleicht der nächsten Person in die Hand. Ja. Oder da, super. Da.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I want to commend the organizers of the whole process. Thank you and for enabling us being here. I've heard all of you speak, and there's something that I didn't hear. Where are the diasporans? We've actually been left out of the whole conversation. And we are here, and the diasporans who are here are the ones that can actually, that is a social asset that every country has. I like Kenya, we are always involved in everything, but when I hear the whole panelists speak, who are sitting there, we were not talked about. We are the only ones who can share with the coming brothers and sisters, incoming, the lived experiences, the true lived experiences. I heard Teresa talk about the onboarding being done by the governments and the offboarding by the governments. They will not do the onboarding. Will they tell them where to buy some stuff? Will they tell them how to bring their kids to the nursery school? Will they tell them they are everything? They are the taxis, they are the playmates, they are the... No, it is us, the diasporans. So please, whenever we ask to be involved in some spaces, on some tables, it is not just a symbolic. It is because we would like to exchange the lived experiences that we all have, and that is a very important asset in migration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And please, I'm sorry, I didn't say that, but please always say your name and who you are representing.
I'm sorry. My name is Jacqueline Kuhn. I'm a founder of Kenyan Women in Germany. That is an organization with over 4,000 outreach of Kenyan women and their families living in Germany. Thank you very much.
And I'll follow Jackie's cue. Paddy Sianga Knudsen, you can call me Paddy, from Global Ubuntu Diaspora Alliance, and I also represent That We Look At. Now, I wanted to show you my passport, and I was looking for my old passport. For a lot of us African nationals who still have our African passports, I don't know how many would tell me how many you've renewed in the last year. My 32-page passport is nearly full. And you're welcome to come and see it at a desk. Maybe we should actually have a desk that shows passports, because I was thinking that, when you haven't been in a visa office, you have the luxury to talk about what facilitation looks like. When you've been in front of a visa officer or are subjected to visas, even when you travel for work, you understand what it means for migrants who have less information and less interaction with a visa office. So when we talk about facilitation, it's a real issue. The capacity is very low. And most of the consulates and embassies are either not centralizing their processing. So I think we really need to look at capacity issues, and I think the ambassador today raised some very critical points that talk to not just the issue within the embassy, but also when we come into the central processes, because it is really an issue. I think we can provide a lot of legal pathways, but we're still seeing these as a concern. Many people are coming, the capacity is low. Recognition of skills, I think, has a narrative issue. People are de-skilled before they even start their migration journeys, and I think Teresa talked a lot about that. So can we look at why do we not accept the skills of a plumber, a carpenter, a driver? I think it costs a lot of those who have had an African driving license, close to over 1,500 euros to convert your Zambian, I carry a Zambian driving license, to a German one. It costs a German national in my country 20 euros. We still drive on the other side of the road, by the way. We were colonized by the British. So there are no excuses there. And why do I bring this into focus? Because I think it's a narratives issue, and maybe we should be talking about other agencies that are involved as well in integration and in talking about a recognition of skills. So we're talking about all kinds of skills that are needed for migrants coming through. I was also thinking that a lot of African nationals are not just looking into Germany, they're looking into Netherlands, they're looking into Austria. At a job fair in Nairobi, they reminded us, I've never seen so many young people, over 1,000 young people gathered, and they could very immediately want to speak to you in German. They're trying to learn French because they've understood there's a pathway somewhere. They're looking east to Japan, to Korea, to Malaysia. So the need for labor is plenty. And I think Germany has to also show itself that it can be this welcoming environment. And not too far away in Croatia, the needs are also just as plenty. Smaller country, a bit more difficult, not well known, but still there's a leverage there. So I think thinking about the fact that talent will go many places is very important for us. So I wondered, in which context, particularly from the panelists from Germany, are you looking into these different directions? We also know you're looking into other directions beyond Africa, so it would be interesting. Information sources, when information is not correct, we find facilitators, because I would not call them traffickers or smugglers because they don't look like that. You can just search them on TikTok. They give you a lot of information, so they're not really traffickers or facilitators. They're just saying, I can help you come to Germany. All you need is to pay X amount, and I can help you understand what the rules. So there is something wrong with the information we're providing on official websites if we can get facilitators being able to provide this kind of information. So where do we see the role of social media as we try to make personal responsibility as a focus for people doing research? My last 2 points, and I'll stop. Yes. Integration. Human rights, I was really glad to hear the ambassador end with human rights. Ambassador, next time, start with it, end with it, put it in the middle, because I think human rights focus is taken away when we talk about labor rights. We're actually fundamentally talking about human rights. And two, that Teresa also mentioned there, freedom of association, which I also think, and I wanted to look at our ambassadors from African countries, the role of labor attachés will be very critical in our embassies. We cannot overemphasize this. Consuls cannot do this work. Labor attachés are needed. So maybe a reaction from some of our member states would be interesting in here. And then racial discrimination and acceptance, a very difficult one for all of us. It's a narratives issue. How do we take this information to have Germany as a multilateral culture from education? We're talking about lower primary all the way up. How do people feel they can go in any part of Germany, regardless of their skin color, and have acceptability? The last one.
Yes, please come to an end.
Yes, portability of social security funds. When we finish our journey, we have worked in Germany, we have lived here, and would like to make the decision not to move to Spain or to Denmark, but to return to Kenya, to Senegal, wherever we're coming from. How do we carry our social security funds? And if we could get a response from any of the panelists, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With a view to time, I know we are shortly before lunch. I would like to give Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Kenya, the opportunity to make a remark on the labor attaché, and then I would give the word back to the panel, and any open questions can then be talked about over lunch, I would suggest. But now, first of all, Your Excellency, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Sabine, and to the panelists. It's really been stimulating. I want to respond also to Teresa from the Chair Kotu. Central Organization of Trade Unions. She raised some very pertinent issues that are also valid. And I have been sitting in Berlin now for 1.5 years. I'm not exactly sure what the dynamics were on the ground in Nairobi when coming up with the Joint Implementation Committee. But I know the agreement, and looking at the clause for operationalization of the Joint Implementation Committee, it does provide for co-option of any members that could be relevant, and this is a very good suggestion. I think not just COTU, I believe also the Kenya Labour Commissioner, that's a constitutional office. I think it's also very relevant in this GIC, and in my report from this summit, I will make that recommendation that you are co-opted. In terms of the labor attaché and the human rights of workers, social and welfare issues, it's a very important recommendation that all African missions do maybe get this position, and Kenya has led the way. My labor attaché is just next here. She has a very clear mandate to look for more opportunities for Kenyans to mediate when it comes to any disputes that involve Kenyans, and also to just create awareness in terms of actually most of the issues that were pointed out also by COTU. The importance and welfare of the worker is paramount, and that is why she's here, to follow up on the contracts, to ensure that the contracts of employment have got all the relevant and critical elements on wages, the off days, and it's all been mentioned, so I don't want to go over it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So now I would like to give the word first to Sarah Bernardi, because I think you also had a question directly at you. Feel free to answer any of the others, and I would then pass on, and we end with Theresa.
Ja, vielen Dank. Also natürlich zur Visa-Frage gleich also Visa kam gleich wieder als Frage. Ich kann Ihre Frage nicht direkt beantworten, denn am Ende sind es ja immer Einzelentscheidungen. Also die Vollständigkeit der Unterlagen heißt nicht unbedingt immer, dass sie inhaltlich diejenigen sind, die gebraucht sind. Aber warum es dann am Ende doch vielleicht zu einer Ablehnung kommt, das muss dann in jedem Einzelfall sich angeschaut werden. Also da kann ich, natürlich wird es auch weiter Ablehnungen geben. Ja? Es ist nicht so, dass durch die Digitalisierung jetzt jedes Visum bewilligt wird. Das ist am Ende, ist es immer noch eine Entscheidung. Aber das kann ich im Einzelfall nicht beantworten. Es kam eine andere Frage noch zum Visumsverfahren, was Zentralisierung betrifft. Wir haben, was die nationalen Visa betrifft, und das sind eben diejenigen, die hier für die Erwerbstätigkeit wichtig sind, weiter zentralisiert das Verfahren in dem Bundesamt für Auswärtige Angelegenheiten in Brandenburg an der Havel. Und da spüren wir auch einen Effekt, dass wir mehr Visa ausstellen können durch die Zentralisierung. Und das wird weitergehen. Ich wollte aber auch reagieren auf das, was Sie gesagt haben zum Thema Diaspora. Ich habe das so als selbstverständlich angesehen, dass, weil wir hier alle zusammensitzen, dass man es in der Tat hätte noch mal explizit machen müssen. Aber als ich am Ende sprach zum Thema, wie wird Information weitergegeben und wer hat welche Rolle, ich hatte mehr Sie angeschaut, weil ich mehr an die Herkunftsländer dachte. Aber das gilt natürlich genauso auch für diejenigen, die hier sind und die natürlich ganz genau wissen, wie was funktioniert, und vor allem die natürlich auch wissen, wenn es scheitert. Ja? Es gibt natürlich viele, es ist in einer der Reden auch angesprochen worden, nicht jede Chancenkarte führt hinterher zum Erfolg, und nicht jeder Arbeitsvertrag entpuppt sich als das, was man sich überlegt hat. Und in der Tat, es kommen Menschen mit Familien, mit Sorgen, mit Nöten, mit Heimweh, und da braucht man ein soziales Netz, und da ist natürlich die Diaspora eine der natürlichen Netzwerke, die man dann nutzen kann. Und deswegen ist es ja auch so gut, dass diese Veranstaltung hier stattfindet. Also Sie haben völlig recht, wir hätten es hier explizit machen sollen, aber es war, für mich kann ich zumindest sprechen, mitgedacht. Ansonsten würde ich also Sie haben ansonsten sehr, sehr viele die Rednerin aus Cannes. Sie haben sehr viele, sehr valide Punkte genannt, für die das Auswärtige Amt, man sagt das immer so schön, nicht zuständig ist für alles, aber die sicherlich auch andere hier im Raum gehört haben. Ich sagte ja, es ist eine Frage auch des Mindsets. Das, was wir mit dem Fachkräftegesetz auf Papier geschaffen worden haben, bedeutet einerseits Umsetzung, aber bedeutet natürlich auch eine Haltung. Und das ist etwas, was eine gesellschaftliche Aufgabe ist, die nicht nur alleine von den Ministerien, von der Politik, vom Parlament gelöst werden kann, sondern es braucht hier viele Akteure.
Also mein Eindruck hinsichtlich ich fange einfach mal hinten an, weil die Visa-Ablehnungsfragen, die kann ich nicht beantworten, also I'm passing on that one. Hinsichtlich der Diskriminierung oder der Herausforderung bei der Integration, so würde ich das eher umformulieren, muss ich sagen, dass man, wo immer man neu anfängt, sicherlich eine Bringschuld hat. Das möchte ich also ansetzen, damit einfach auch klar ist, dass wir alle voraussetzen, wenn jemand sich von A nach B bewegt, dass er sich bestimmter Pflichten bewusst ist. Andersherum, glaube ich, gibt es hier eine gesetzliche Regelung, die wir alle mit positiven oder ich sage mal vielleicht auch in andere Richtungen negativen Auswirkungen am eigenen Leib erfahren haben. Das bedeutet, was ich damit sagen möchte, ist, wann immer man es mit Integrations- und Diskriminierungsfragen zu tun hat, muss man den Mensch vor sich sehen, indem man in Interaktion steht. Man kann daher nicht auf Verallgemeinerungen zurückgreifen, auch wenn, ich sage mal, wenn bestimmte Prozesse, wenn bestimmte Bemühungen nicht richtig anerkannt werden. Ich für meinen Teil muss sagen, dass ich natürlich im Alltäglichen denselben Fragen ausgesetzt bin. Andersherum muss ich auch sagen, wenn ich mit europäischen Freunden rede, muss ich sagen, dass sie auch umgekehrt negative Erfahrungen machen. Das sage ich so als Ermutigung dahingehend, dass man sich selber, glaube ich, als Mensch erstmal in sich stärken muss. Man darf nie die Werte verlieren oder eben vergessen, was man selber wert ist. Und das darf man sich niemals nehmen lassen. Ja? Wenn ich es mit einem Individuum zu tun habe, der mich abwerten will, vielleicht aufgrund seiner persönlichen Sozialisierung, dann hat das nicht zwangsläufig etwas mit dem Staat zu tun oder mit den Behörden. Es kann in unglücklichen Fällen passieren, dass eine solche Person oder ein solches Individuum in einer Behörde sitzt. Ja? Das macht ich sag mal, die Problematik natürlich viel komplizierter. Ob da hilft, dass man sich länger darüber aufregt, das wage ich zu bezweifeln. Und deshalb würde ich mehr dahingehend schauend, weil ich ja selber, ich glaube mal, aus der Diaspora bin, würde ich dahingehend argumentieren, dass man niemals vergisst, welchen Wert man selber als Mensch hat. Dass man sich selber einfach genug ist mit dem, was man mitbringt und sich das einfach nicht entwerten lässt. Ähnlich wie wir hier über die Anerkennung von Qualifizierung reden, würde ich das gerne erweitern auf die Anerkennung von Menschlichkeit, ja, und von menschlichen Werten. Das wäre meine Antwort darauf. Warum habe ich eigentlich deinen Dumm? So.
Ja, vielen Dank. Vielen Dank auch für die Fragen. Da waren viele Aspekte dabei. Nur kurz zu dem Punkt Diaspora als erstes. Ich habe genau über Netzwerke gesprochen und da ging es um Diaspora und Thema Information, was hier gerade schon gesagt wurde. Das ist, also da sind Informationsflüsse und die müssen wir stärken und das ist ganz zentral. Also das genau, denke ich, war hier auf dem Panel, aber man muss es vielleicht auch immer noch und weiter explizit machen. Es kam auch die Frage, inwieweit wir uns mit Attraktivität Deutschlands beschäftigen, Akzeptanzthemen, das tun wir in der Bertelsmann Stiftung. Wir haben zusammen mit der OECD Talent Attractiveness Indicators untersucht. Zuletzt 2023. Draußen liegt auch ein kurzes Paper dazu, habe ich ausgelegt. Deutschland schneidet da nicht so gut ab. Deutschland schneidet sehr gut ab bei Studierenden. Da ist Deutschland ganz weit oben, aber was UnternehmerInnen anbelangt, Start-up-VertreterInnen und auch Hochqualifizierte, ist Deutschland auf Rang 7 bis 13. Und ganz oben sind Kanada, skandinavische Länder und so weiter. Also Deutschland hat ganz stark an Attraktivität nachzuholen und sich zu öffnen. Und da spielt tatsächlich das Thema Willkommenskultur, Akzeptanz, soziales Miteinander eine ganz große Rolle. Wir wollen in Zukunft auch stärker auf das Thema Abwanderung schauen. Da sind wir nicht die Einzigen. Die Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung hat da zuletzt eine Studie mit Minor zusammen gemacht. Die befragen vor allem Hochqualifizierte und Fachkräfte, die zurückgewandert sind oder weitergewandert sind. Was sind die Faktoren? Also Rekrutierung war über soziale Netzwerke der Befragten. Was sind die Faktoren, warum sie abgewandert sind? Und fast über die Hälfte der Personen, die befragt sind, sagt, dass es soziale Gründe sind. Und das ist natürlich massiv, weil wir haben nicht nur ein Thema hier des Einwanderns, also dass nicht genug Leute kommen, wenn man jetzt aus einer deutschen Perspektive spricht, sondern tatsächlich auch, dass viele Leute, die wir eigentlich in Anführungsstrichen haben wollen, auch wieder gehen. Und das ist sehr problematisch und da sind wir eben bei Themen Akzeptanz und Miteinander und das geht, da stimme ich hier völlig zu, es geht uns alle an, es geht darum, dass wir die positiven Seiten von Migration und von den Menschen, die hier mit uns sind, unser Miteinander, unser Deutschland, wir sind ein Migrationsland, wir sind eine Migrationsgesellschaft, dass wir darüber sprechen, dass wir auch die fiskalischen Gewinne zum Beispiel, das sind immer so Argumente, mit denen kann man viele ziehen, betonen. Das wurde gestern Abend gesagt, der Anstieg von sozialversicherungspflichtiger Arbeitskräfte in Deutschland ist nur auf Basis von nicht-deutschen Personen zurückzuführen. All solche Dinge und auch unser Sozialsystem funktioniert nur und gewinnt auch nur durch Menschen, die zuwandern. Also was muss betont werden auf eine sachliche Art und dafür gibt es Wege. Also das wird auch gehört. Da dürfen wir keine Angst vor haben und das weiter verfolgen. Danke.
Danke. Yes, Ms. Wabuko.
Thank you so much. And indeed, I want to also add on the voices of the earlier speakers that diaspora was mentioned but not explicit, because when we talk of integration, it is diverse workers' organizations. One of them, diaspora, would have formed an association. We also have trade unions here in Germany that we really are getting into discussion to see how migrant workers can also be part of the trade unions. And of course, migrant workers are not commodities, they are human beings. And as human as they are, there are inherent rights that should not really be interfered with. And besides that, they also come from families. What is the conversation around members of families for migrant workers? So I think this discussion was centered so much around the worker, but holistically, this worker is a mother, this worker is a wife to someone, is a husband to someone, either here in Germany or back at home. So again, to increase their productivity within the workplaces, what other incentives do the German government offer, particularly when it comes to migrant workers, extending it to members of their families? I have been here for 1 week and I'm already missing my family, which means if workers leave the countries of origin and come here, they are in one way or the other sacrificing something. So in such situations, how can we be able to look into it that we are also able to enable them be of best production within the workplace, because there are other provisions that probably over holidays, the children once in a year or so could come over to see the mother and go back home in situations whereby she's not able to leave work and travel back home. So let's think about this migrant worker holistically, not just as a standalone person, not like a commodity, but a human being who has feelings, who has family, and whose needs are all round. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much to the whole panel. I think all these experts need a round of applause. I think we were able to touch upon a lot of issues of challenges and also solutions when it comes to transparency and trust in migration agreements. I think there were many questions placed, and some do still remain open, but I believe this is exactly why we are continuing, not just over lunch, but also afterwards when we have another panel on the role of civil society, the diaspora, trade unions, and embassies, and of course in the workshops that follow later on, where we can get hopefully more answers to those questions. And I know the question of social benefits is still open. If no one here in the room knows how to answer it over lunch, then we will also take it to later on, because then it will have to be in the policy recommendations. But for now, I think my role is over. I would like to hand back over to Edith.
Thank you so much, dear Sabine, for this wonderful round of discussion. Just an applause for the many insights that we shared from the podium. Thank you so much. You may have your seats again. Thank you. But you can still keep me company if you want to sit. Yes, you can have your seats back. So I'll go back to... Good, thank you. We are going to have now a short break. And my colleague Sabine Odhiambo already gave us an overview of what you're expecting in the afternoon. So when you go for your breaks, please don't disappear. We are here for you. We are here to discuss with you and share further with you. As mentioned already by Ms. Odhiambo, we are going to have a workshop, or 3 workshops actually, that are going to intensify these points and come up with a very important thing, recommendations, yeah? Actionable recommendations thereafter. So in case you identified any of the gaps in these discussions or in the speeches that were delivered here before, and you have some suggestions that could be implemented, kindly stay behind, don't be in a rush to go. We are ending the program punctually at 4:30, but until 4:30, try to make yourself available in the various segments that we're still going to have. That having been said and done, you have earned yourself a good lunch break of the next 1 hour. Just 1 hour. We are meeting here at exactly 1 p.m. Oh, 45, oh, sorry, okay. Take away 15 minutes, 45 minutes. Now, before you stand to go, we're going to have still 40 minutes, but give me the 5 minutes from the 45. We want to have a group photo together. And because our rooms outside are all of them already allocated to particular functions, we're going to have a group photo here in the room. And with our speakers from the keynotes to the round table, to the, okay, you can still get me, no problem. From the keynotes, our delegates here, the diplomats, our honorable representatives from the ministries, we are going to have photos with you at the backdrop, at the front there, after the group photo. Kindly make yourself available, don't disappear. And we are having, the next slide shows a QR code. We have a QR code that you can scan to follow us on social media. And for your information, in case you haven't noticed, the program was being streamed today. So if there is any of your partners, any of your friends, your colleagues that weren't available today for whatsoever reasons, or you had any recommendations here and you're like, they must definitely get this, we had a streaming today through the YouTube page of our partner, the Deutsche Afrika Stiftung. It's German, so I think it's only German. It's the original language. Yes, so go for Deutsche Afrika Stiftung, yeah, on YouTube. And you'll find the streaming of today. It's still going to be available even after the program of today. So refer it, yeah, share it, and please tag all our members here. Tag us. The other thing is the social media here. Kindly follow us on social media. You'll also find the photos later. If you post anything, also tag us. After the photo session, we have 40 minutes or even less. But yet, we need you to collect your tags because, again, you have to sign for the tag, at least for your attendance today. Kindly go to the desk that you passed when you were coming, the reception desk, pick up your tag, they're all ready, and sign. And then just march directly to the lunchroom. Was that complicated? No. First step, photo. No, scan, photo, tag, lunch, come back. Thank you. So, So, our honorable guests, here we are again. Welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you had the first interactions with each other and at least a good bite. The lunch might have been quite short and with less time for networkings, but we are still going to have, at the end of this session today, we have a networking moment on our info booths and also with each other taking coffee and whatever you want to take. So just bear with us that we have to continue with the next program. We have a lot loaded for you. So our next panel will explore the crucial role of the civil society, the trade unions, the diaspora, and embassies in bilateral agreements. And this panel will be moderated by Mr. Akinola Famson, who is speaking to us today in the function of the 360-degree Alliance. And Mr. Akinola is also one of the founders of the African Council, where he also is part of the board. I welcome you, Mr. Famson, that would also introduce to us the panelists of this next round. Welcome.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, I welcome you once again. As we all know, migration agreements are not only technical or legal documents. From the first panel discussion, this has been touched on severally. We know that the migration agreement shapes lives, careers, families, and trust between societies. Having this in mind, we are going to move on to the next discussion, the panel discussion, and we're going to explore the role of the civil society, trade union, diaspora, and embassies in bilateral agreement. To discuss this, I have the honor to moderate this round, and I will like to invite our esteemed guest. I'll start with Madam Caroline Matembo. She's the labor attaché for Kenya Embassy. Madam Matembo, please come forward, please. Then I would also like to invite Dr. Kennedy Atong Ashakoma. I hope I got the name right. He's the head of education and training and director of the Workers' College at the Trade Union Federation, TUC Ghana. You are welcome, sir. Next on my list is Ms. Kadi Kamara, Deputy Head of Countries and Markets, German African Business Association, Africa Verein. And you're welcome, madam. And last but not the least, my colleague, my dear friend, Leonard Conrad Adamako, co-founder of IDEA, Business Empowerment Hub, Ge Uge. Welcome, sir. So maybe before we get down to business, I just wanted to stretch a some short guidelines. As you already know, we are running out of time. So we're going to keep this round a little bit short. And I would therefore implore you to please keep your interventions, your contributions short, but precise. Since we want to have a kind of interactive session, I mean, we also want to invite you, our guests, to discuss this topic with us. We will only give you just 2 to 3 minutes maximum to respond to the questions. We've got lots and lots of questions, but anyway, let's see how far we can go. So let's begin by hearing from each of our distinguished panelists. So the first question, of course, will go to the civil society. Apology to our madam from the Kenya embassy. We will need to put the protocol aside for now. We wanted to hear from the people who are actually on the ground working with the people we are talking about here. So we are so honored to have you, Dr. Ashakuma. And my first question will go to you. As a union leader, we know unions are critical for protecting workers' rights. Without strong safeguards, migration can easily lead to exploitation or wage dumping, right? From your perspective, how can unions shape bilateral agreement to protect fairness in the working space?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I salute the organizers of this program, and I appreciate the invitation to be part of this process. Yes, unions stand for solidarity and social justice. And for unions to shape and strengthen bilateral agreements, you need to be aware, you need to have information of what those agreements are about. The beginning is to be involved in the design, the negotiation, and of course the implementation, so that in the implementation you can monitor, so that if there's a need for reviews to address some gaps because of deviations, you'll be able to do that. So that is the key decision that unions can do to make sure that bilateral labor agreements are effective. Our involvement is key. There must also, we are not just talking about involvement, but effective and meaningful consultation. It shouldn't be the practice where the unions are only informed about those negotiations and not involved. That is very, very key in terms of how bilateral labor agreements should be done. Because this is about workers. We need to include clauses that are protective, that are gender sensitive, to be able to promote the overall goal, which is decent work for migrant workers. That is key. There are also players in the labor market industry, and therefore, bilateral labor agreements are labor market instruments. They are labor market structures, and there can no be discussing of bilateral labor agreements without the involvement of the unions. So first, we want to be aware information sharing is key. We also want to be part of the dialogue, the discussing, and then the adoption of those bilateral labor agreements, and then the implementation, so that we are aware of our roles. We also think that in our involvement, we would get to the point there are guidelines and procedures as to what each and every partner is doing. That is very, very key. Because if there are those guidelines, they give indication of how you can monitor their success in the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. I think I will pass the baton to the representative of the civil society here. As we all know, civil society often sees what government cannot. What happens on the ground with migrants before and after they arrive in their new environment. So the question is, how can we, as civil society, contribute to transparency and fairness in migration agreement? And I will let you have the first go, Madam Kamara.
That's a hard question. No, I believe what you said already of consulting the relevant key stakeholders is very important. So if you want civil society to be a voice for the people that are coming here, governments would also have to want to listen to civil society and actually listen to the knowledge that they have from working with people on the ground or having knowledge about whatever is going on. So I would stress that that is one of the major points, I think, especially if we speak about African labor, migration from the African continent to Germany, for example. There's so many negative associations with that we as civil society organizations can actually be somehow of a translation of portraying all the positive examples that we interact with on a day-to-day basis to actually paint a realistic picture. It's not about painting everything in a pink bubble and everything is perfect. It's not that, but there are enough good examples and enough support also from civil society organizations and business associations or generally structures here in Germany already and also locally that could actually help understand the issues better and to also make sure that there's a realistic understanding of what we're dealing with.
Thank you so much. Maybe Mr. Adamako would like to add his own voice to that question. As a bridge between these two societies, what could the role of civil society be?
Yeah, I think just adding to the points already mentioned, it's very important to involve the stakeholders, involve the diaspora into all of the processes, right? Because the people who are already here, they can give the best insights to all the institutions on how to shape those agreements and how to shape the narratives as well. And as well, they are shaping the narrative themselves, right? So the civil society organizations, they are creating own structures, right, included into the whole German society, but they're creating new structures, right, new ways of moving forward. I think that's very important to understand and to recognize as well, to include civil society organizations within this process, to not only welcome people who are here, but as well giving them the opportunity to shape their own lives in Germany.
Thank you so much. So I now come to our representative, the labor attaché from the Embassy of Kenya. Yes, we all know that, the important role of embassies, and we know that embassies are the first line of protection for nationals abroad. Yet, they are often not directly involved in labor agreement negotiations. So, from your view, what role can embassies play to ensure their national rights and dignity are protected in this agreement?
I think the negotiations and the signing is just the small parts. I think we can all agree that the implementation carries the bulk. You know, the signing is beautiful and colorful, but then when we come to the implementation, that is where the hard work lies. And that is where the embassy really comes in place, because they represent the interests of its people and its governments from back home. I think one of the things that the embassies in terms of implementation are supposed to do and actually do, one of the things is the attestation of job orders and contracts. It sounds very small, but it's really something that goes into protecting the rights and welfares of citizens. That is, looking at the terms and conditions of these employment contracts or job orders before even its people or its citizens are recruited from back home. So, and one of the things that from where I sit or from my embassy with the guidance of my boss, Ambassador Stella, is to have conversations with the chambers of commerce, because I think here in Germany, the chambers carry a big role and give a lot of, opportunities to people, and to see how best we can at least look at how the terms and conditions, so that before they come and get our people, then at least we are comfortable that their rights are taken care of. And then another thing that the embassy does and facilitates is issues of also advising the Kenyan government back at home. Sitting here, we are the ones who understand that the changes that are happening in terms of the changes in the laws, the labor laws. So we become the ear of the Kenyan government back at home. So it's the responsibility of us as the embassy to communicate the changes that are happening so that we inform the various agencies or ministries or departments so that they can align their curriculum to fit. The thing is, we have to fit into the market. So, and how best do we fit is we align our programs, our activities back at home so that our people fit easily into this market. And that is the role of the embassy, to keep on passing communication. We have this act that came into force. It's the responsibility of the government, the embassy, to communicate. For example, ourselves, the Ministry of Education, we have to communicate to the Ministry of Education, we have to communicate to the Ministry of Labor, all those agencies that have a role in the labor migration cycle. It's the role of the embassy to pass that information. And also from our side, from the Kenyan government side, the thing about it is, I think my ambassador talked about it, we also have agencies, and we also have something we call the pre-departure training. It's also the responsibility of the Kenyan embassy or ourselves, where we sit, to communicate, to empower or to give more information to those agencies so that they can improve on their programs, the pre-departure programs, so that they can make them better, so that by the time the people are coming here, they understand the culture, they understand that's the role of the embassy, to assist in implementing the agreement. I submit.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question to that.
Okay.
And the question is, what are practical measures an embassy can take, most especially when it comes to the issue of building alliance? How do you see yourself working with other stakeholders, most especially the diaspora?
I think if you want to succeed somewhere as an embassy, there are some of the people you can't leave. They're called the diaspora associations. You have to move with them because they understand the inroads of the country, where your people as a government are. So they tell you that the different changes, they give you information, and that as an embassy, we always rely on them to give us this information so that we can transmit the information back home, so that we can have a better informed citizen as they come to this country. So I think they are one of the major players, and I think one of the things that my Balozi has done, I think she's really done well, is always having sure that they are on the conversation. And I think when we were having the first, the operationalization of the JTC, they were on the table and they aired their views. So you can't leave those people behind. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. The next question goes to you, sir. The question is, talking about measures, practical measures, with which measures can we measure the success, the success of a bilateral labor agreement, from your perspective as leader of migrant workers or labor union?
Yeah, as I indicated earlier, if you are able to be part of the design, the negotiations, the adoption, and the implementation, there would have been procedures and guidelines as to who does what. And there must be concrete indicators for all stakeholders to say that this agreement is successful. We're looking at, it's a tool for giving legal pathway. Is that tool functioning? Is it speedy? We have talked about those challenges. What are the visa processes through the system? Does it still take a longer time for people to have visas to be able to move out? That's an indicator of success. What's the environment of participating? Participation is not just in the design, but in the implementation. Are the stakeholders involved? Is there information sharing? That is also an indicator. For trade unions, we are looking at freedom of association of every worker, not just migrant workers. Out there at the destination, are these workers allowed into trade unions for their rights were protected? Of course, beyond that, are there abuses being reported? And how are they being addressed? Are there systems for grievance mechanisms? That is an indicator of success. What are the overall labor market outcomes? How many people have moved out under the agreement, like the Kenyan case? Do we have data? And is that data being shared? What is the skill profile? Where are they working? Are they facing challenges? These are things that you can pick out and say, the agreement that has been adopted is successful. Are they being discriminated in terms of wages? Because if you have the same skill and doing the same task, there shouldn't be any discrimination in terms of nationality. Is that what is happening? So these are some of the things that, as a trade unionist, I would look at and say that the agreement that has been adopted, at least, is working. Is there a monitoring mechanism? Are the unions involved? Is civil society involved? That is very, very key. And above all, we talk about organizing, mobilization. What are the unions also doing? You need to build bridges, of course, build bridges that are functional, not just bridges. Bridges and concrete bridges that are functional to respond to the challenges of migrant workers. What is the collaboration with the civil society organizations out there, the diaspora group? In Ghana, we say that the diaspora networks is the 17th region. We have 16 regions, but the diaspora network is the 17th region because we are recognizing their strategic position. They can also be the second window of the diplomatic missions across the countries. These are the things that you can pick and see that the bilateral labor agreement is working. Because beyond that, you must put in structures to make sure that the agreement works. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can see you've really outlined all these mechanisms that could help. And I hope my alliance members are taking note of what is being said, because at the end of the day, we're still going to have a workshop where we will employ you all to give us concrete, practicable recommendations how we can move forward. Diaspora, a 17th province in Ghana. So, I love that. I really love that. We were recently in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Rwanda, in Namibia, and it feels good that even in the continent, we are gaining the recognition we deserve, which has been missing for a long, long time. Anyway, from the perspective of you, the representative of the diaspora community in Germany, what would you say are the biggest challenges in ensuring transparency and trust between all parties involved in this process? I start with you.
I'm not a diaspora representative.
Oh, sorry.
I think Leo can answer this one and I'll follow up.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I think definitely, like, even the African Union is labeling the diaspora as an additional region, right? So I think that's a very, very important point. And I think it's a point which we have to really think about and to see how we cope with it, right? Because I know some of the African countries, they are actively engaging in diaspora strategies, right? So for instance, Ghana has a diaspora strategy. Nigeria, we've been at the diaspora office, they are actively engaging the diaspora as well. And even the Ghanaian embassy is now launching a diaspora engagement strategy on how to engage the Ghanaian diaspora in Germany better. So I think that's a very important point, and the Ghanaian, the African countries, they understand it, right? Because you look at the remittances, you look at the knowledge exchange, which is already there. They understand the value of it, right? What I think is a challenge is that all the stakeholders have to understand that, right? So even the German institutions, which are more and more understanding it, but they have to fully engage into that as well, right? So for instance, why don't we have, as Germany, why don't we have like a diaspora engagement strategy on how to engage the diaspora we have here, use them as a valuable asset we have for bilateral agreements, for negotiation, for just getting input, just corresponding ideas, right? So I think that is something we really have to further do. And as well, often if the diaspora is engaged, it's sort of seen as voluntary work. So it's not compensated, it's not, right? So but it's time and it's work, and I think everyone on the panel can agree that it's a lot of work, or in the room who is doing the diaspora work. And therefore we have to find some solution to really make it a feasible solution and engage the assets we have in a fair and good way into those discussions.
Please, before you go ahead, it talks about feasible solution. What could that be? Just give me 1-2 examples of
feasible solutions. So I think like this forum here is a very good first feasible solution out of the 360 Alliance we have created, and the Alliance is basically different diaspora and grassroots organizations coming together to bring a new perspective on labor mobility, talent mobility, and not only in the perspective of bringing people here, right? So this is one part of the project we are doing at the moment as well, preparing people in Nigeria and Ghana at the moment, but as well on how to receive them here, right? How to integrate them into the ecosystem we already have as diaspora organizations, right? So we already built our ecosystems and our communities, and this is very important for people then to stay here as well, because a lot of people are coming and staying for like 2 months, 3 months, and they say like, what is this here? That's not what I expected. So if you're not socially integrated as well, it doesn't matter how much money you earn, because at one point you say, okay, I'm rather going back or going to the UK because language is easier and so on, right? And all the countries around us, we see that they have the same issue with labor mobility, with the growing age and so on. So and we stated that yesterday as well. It's a challenge. It's basically a challenge for everyone, but it becomes a competition, right? And they're again coming to Germany, using the assets we have, the diaspora, in succeeding in this competition on labor mobility, on bringing people here to further strengthen Germany as an economic place as well.
Thank you so much. So.
Yes, thank you. I'm of course part of the diaspora, but I don't represent the diaspora organization. I just wanted to make that clear. I'm here for Afrika-Verein, the German African Business Association. So we have members that are active on the African continent, and we are, since this year, also working more closely with diaspora bringing people in, working with IDEA, for example, in order to bridge the gap between our businesses that are active in Africa, because they are also looking for people to work, expand their existence in the countries, but could also serve as employees here in Germany, because they also know where these people come from. There's a better understanding. This, what Leo just said, to understand each other, it's very important to engage the diaspora. But like I said, I also believe that businesses play a very crucial role. Businesses here in Germany, because we can bring a lot of people if German businesses don't accept them as employees on the same level with the same standards. There are educated people that deserve, but that's very, very little. If you think about that, we have an agreement with Kenya. If you think about the potential, the gap that we have in Germany, the people that we would want to bring, what we need to bring here in order to make this economy grow again, we will not make it without engaging the African continent, and we will not make it without engaging businesses. And that starts with actually, because they don't have time, they're all in a crisis too. This is exactly where we believe working with diaspora or even local organizations to, again, bridge the gap, understand, they're actually very qualified people. And what we face a lot is companies that are trying to bring people here because they have worked. For example, I'm a company, I work in Kenya. I have an employee there that could add value in Germany. I want to bring the person here, but because of German regulation and a specific standard that the person needs to meet in order to work here in the position or get the visa, it is not possible for me. So you frustrate these companies, and everybody misses an opportunity. Germany misses an opportunity, the company here misses an opportunity, and maybe the person that would like to also work in Germany also misses the opportunity. So engaging diaspora and local organizations is very important, but also to engage businesses here, but also on the ground is very, very relevant.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please, a round of applause for our panelists. I still have one question. I know, sorry, Edith, the time is up, but this is a burning question, which I think all our panelists can address, and it's about the role of education. Information is vital. Sensitizing people about this process is crucial. So, what role do you think education and training can play in preparing workers for migration and ensuring that they understand their rights and responsibilities? So, I don't know, maybe Madam Mutema would like to start.
I think I'll just simply put it this way. In most cases, education is the gateway to most of the things we get in life, if not everything. But then how it plays a key role is through the process, then you understand the terms and conditions, and you also understand the procedures. If we have all, I think I'll keep it in Kenyan context. If we have all the relevant actors facilitating in terms of having the design of the curricula, and in the process they teach the procedures, they teach the don'ts, they teach the how, they teach the when, and all those the do's and the hows, then we get it right. But if we only have the Kenyan government doing its place and we miss something, then it becomes very difficult for our people to even get information and settle. So what my parting shot would be, we would need the government, the German government, to be on board with us as we design our programs, as we implement our programs, and also as we monitor and evaluate, so that we see how better do we improve those programs that we have. We know it's a long shot. We know every country is looking to come to Germany, but I think this is the country that wins best is the one that aligns itself with the country. And as a country for Kenya, I think we have started the process. We have a very long way to go, But I know we will get there, but it will take time, effort, dedication, and also we ask our ambassadors who are the diasporians, please be our right ambassadors so that we get all the chances we deserve as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ashakum.
Thank you very much. I think that you should say education and training because they are different technically. It's very important in terms of education being a tool of empowerment and being a tool of inclusion. Whether in terms of the skills or the awareness created, you are able to take pragmatic decisions on the best option. And also brings to the fore the issue of inclusion because you are bringing the key targets to the forefront of the discourse, of the policy processes. That is the migrants. And therefore, one, in terms of skills, they will be empowered to be included in the labor market, whether at the destination or the origin. Let's not forget, if there's that collaboration in terms of training, the embassies in the origin countries can utilize those human resources. You don't need to even post nationals from Germany, maybe to Kenya, to work in the embassy and other structures like the Chamber of Commerce. They can equally serve that purpose as well as over here. Information is also empowerment for people to be aware of what is important, the laws, the culture, and how to integrate. And I think that this education and training should be collaborative. Should be collaborative because civil society and the trade unions are part of the processes. And therefore, particularly for trade unions, we are at the floor and we know the realities of the labor market dynamics and what kind of the skill gaps that are important in the future of work. And therefore, to be able to bring about sustainable inclusion, then the partners must be involved in rolling out and participating in the delivery of that education. It is also important because it will build our structures, particularly our educational institutions, and leverage them to be able to be competitive in the global market. And I think that these are the things in the larger picture we should look at and be able to make sure that education is actually the key to empower the migrants to be able to integrate effectively in the labor markets, whichever geographical jurisdiction we are looking at. And let me say that we have to be forthright, we have to be positive, because we are not taking up this job for nothing or for our own comfort, but for decent work and social justice at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You said a lot about what has to be done on the ground in the African countries. I think there's a lot of education and training that needs to happen here in Germany as well. Because if I make the way here and people are not educated about my continent, my country, my culture, and they misunderstand it constantly and they mistreat me constantly, I don't want to come, or I want to leave. I will come here, do my job, send all the money back. I'll pay my taxes maybe, but I'm not going to invest in building. I'm building something in this country and participating, bringing my culture, bringing everything that I have to offer to this country as well. And I think this is something where education in German schools, in German universities, in chambers of commerce, in everything that has to do also with the business community where we want these people to work, this is something that we really have to consider. It's not only because it's almost easier to educate people on the African continent if you put in money and invest into the infrastructure, everything around that has to do with education. But to change a mindset here in Germany will take generations. So we have to start now before the people start coming. And because my dad is from Senegal, if somebody from his family that went to university has resources to come here and work here, he would tell them, no, don't come. I'd rather pay additional whatever for you to stay there, because here your life is going to be very, very hard.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I would definitely subscribe to the point you just made. And I think the diaspora, coming back to the diaspora, could be a very good bridge in between that, because they have an intrinsic motivation to be this bridge builder, right, in both directions. So bringing knowledge exchange into the African countries, but as well educating the companies here to really be prepared for foreign talent and for different cultures, different understandings, this different way of workings, and to navigate and translate in between that. And I think it's very important to have bridges, and I think there are a lot of organizations building those bridges. For instance, our company is doing entrepreneurship education, right? And we have some cooperation partners here actually today from the University of Cape Coast we are working with, and we are always trying to have a very co-creative approach on designing our projects as well. So we don't come with our mindset, right, which is diaspora mindset is maybe something in between German and African mindset, but still we have to understand how it's on the ground, right? Because I'm not living in Cape Coast, I don't see how it is, right? So we really have to do this exchange and be involved with all of the sides. And it's not only building a bridge, but it's more like really like, yeah, it's like a Bitcoin. It's very complex, right? So to understand it, to navigate, and so on. And that's really a point I want to make. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, we are 7 minutes over the time, but I think it would not be fair not to have 1 or 2 questions from our audience. So I will allow for 2 questions. 2 questions. Please make it brief and short so that latest in the next 5 minutes we can round up this discussion. Thank you. Okay. Caroline and my brother in white shirt.
Thank you so much. I just want to comment and urge when you come, maybe talking about the delegation that is here, come and see the work that we're doing. Come and see where we are taking these young people. Come and visit them at the hospitals where they're working, at the companies where they're working, because I find 10% is bringing them to Germany, 90% is like accommodating them, supporting them to finish what brought them here. So get in touch, we'll show you where they are, we'll take you around, and then you can also have some discussions also with the employers, with the people on the ground that are working with these young people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a very different question. We've heard about specific players in the field of labor migration. First, the migrants themselves, they're the main players, and then we have the receiving countries, and but one perspective or one player that is missing here, in my own opinion, is that the sending countries themselves. We've talked about the benefits for those players, but we are missing the benefits for the sending countries. Looking at it from the perspective that, I mean, they must have invested in those migrants coming to work here. They must have invested in their education, so to say, when they have studied in Kenya or be it in Nigeria or Ghana. So how do we actually compensate the investments they have made in those people when they are working here in the receiving countries and paying taxes here? Are there strategies on ground that could compensate that? I'm just curious. Anybody could answer that question, maybe from Ghana or from the representative of the Kenyan embassy. Thank you.
So I don't know if I got your question right, but you're looking at it in terms of the sending country preparing a migrant, they come to Germany, and then how is then the sending country compensated in terms of the resources they put? I think as a country we've been having that question every time in terms of the brain drain, in terms of how much the government has invested and how does it get back. But for us, we look at the bigger picture, you know. So as a country currently, we are really struggling with a lot of youth unemployment in the country currently. So the question we ask ourselves and as a government is, do we leave the people there just because we don't want to send them out? Or do we facilitate them, they go for 2 years, for 4 years, or for whatever years they get? But in return, these guys are going to come, or these people are going to come with some skills that we might not have had as a country. And that is the bigger picture we are looking at it. So yes, I understand there is the investment the government has put, but we're looking at a bigger picture. So let these people go, let them work for 2 to whichever years. Some of them will come back after 2 years. Some of them might 4, or however the contract is. But they will definitely come home with a skill that was not there. And I think we've seen some of the countries, and I think one of the case studies that Kenya has really studied and has really watched closely is the Philippines. The Philippines are making a lot of money, I don't want to say money, but they are, yes, I don't want to say that word because everybody sees, then you look at the migrants as a source of, so I don't want to say it, but that's the conversation. But we are looking at these people going and then earning a living and then coming back with some skills that as a country we don't have. And that is where we are. So in terms of investments, I think our government has made a deliberate effort to invest in its people without even looking at is the investment going into a loss. But because we know in 5, in 2, in 10, these people are gonna come back. Maybe we don't have some machines that they're driving here in Germany. They're gonna come with those skills, they're gonna build industries, and we're gonna grow as a country. So that, from where I sit, and as a government, that is how we look at it. You might not see it that way, but that is how we see it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have 2 more minutes, so please.
I think that we don't need to bring into the conversation about compensation. It shouldn't be the first trigger. We are going into an agreement. How can you go into a marriage agreement and one of the partners is looking to be compensated? Then there will be disaster. Let me be honest. In Ghana's context, you have nurses that have been trained 2, 3, 4 years sitting at home to be placed. It is so serious. And we are not creating the credible opportunities for these young boys and girls, let me say ladies and men, to be placed. What do? I think we are looking for a structured and orderly way of placing people. Whether within the economies of Africa, that is the origin countries, or the economies of destination countries, Germany or some European countries. I think that is how we should look at it. Is it going to be fair? Are these people going to be protected, their rights? If the conversation is around those things and we are able to identify these guidelines, then we shouldn't be talking about compensation. What of transfer of skills at the end of the day? The Diaspora network, I told you, is the 17th region in Ghana, and they are doing marvelous things. Of course, the structures must be put in place to attract the diaspora. I always tell people, don't look at the remittances from the diaspora. If you leave Kenya to Germany. And the right environment is created in Kenya and supported back in Germany, you wouldn't need any decision for the person to remit. But if you don't create the environment and you are thinking of remittances, then forget it. That is the larger picture that we should be looking at, and not the issue of compensation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I give you.
I have 30 seconds, I know. I want to underline what you said and just point out, look at Leo and I, we're half-half. Still, all our power is going into Africa. We're from here, but this is the investment and this is what will go back to the continent. Look around how many people from diaspora are sitting here and thinking about what to do on the continent. This is what you create, and you have to think about if you are a family, for example, my family in Senegal, I give them the opportunity to come here to actually gain knowledge, put their own context into a wider context and learn. As so many students here in Germany go abroad, they go all over the world after they finish school because they want to understand themselves, they want to understand other cultures. So why should not African youth, young people, have the same opportunity and also gain knowledge from outside of the world that is dominating their world anyways already? So you should think about it in that way and not think about that we are taking something from the African countries, but we are giving something to the African migrants that are coming here, because whatever they make out of it, if they go back after 3 months, 6 months, or 30 years, they will have something that they take back and will be way more impactful on the African continent than I think any of us can imagine right now.
Wow. Thank you so much. I think you all agree with me that migration agreement must be more than policies. Must be partnerships rooted in fairness, solidarity, and shared progress. Thank you so much for this discussion. I want to thank you dearly, the representative of the Kenya Embassy, the Labor Attaché, Madam Mutema. Thank you, Dr. Ashakuma, for your contribution. Thank you, Madam Lady Heidi Kamara. And of course, the same thanks goes to my dear colleague, Mr. Conrad Adamako. And of course, to all our esteemed guests, thank you for being part of this. Please excuse us that you don't have much to contribute to this, but definitely we still have an opportunity for you, and that is workshops that will be starting very soon. We're going to have 3 workshops, and I think on this note, I will hand over the mic back to my dear colleague, Barrister Edith Otienda Lavani.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause to our panel here. That was quite insightful. Thank you for those recommendations. Thank you for the keynotes we've had from the beginning, for the very, very active and interesting discussions on the workshops. And now our program is coming bit by bit to the end. I don't know how far are you from your target. Can I just see some kind of signs? Do you think we're getting close there, or are we very, very far from expectations? Of course, that was rhetoric. You don't need to answer that. So we'll try, of course, to continue building transparency and trust in the various formats that we find ourselves in, and just to grab every opportunity. We'll maximize these platforms, so stay in touch, stay connected. So many of them are going to come up even after this. We've had this being addressed to us as this shouldn't be the last platform we're having for discussion and exchange. It should be a dialogue, and I think this can't be overemphasized. It's been mentioned right from the first speeches we had, and in every setup we had here, the solution to the challenges we're having go far beyond the capability or capacity of one single party. It calls for cross or intersectional actions, and then building partnerships and synergizing with one another, but very transparent. Today, no 40-60, it's 50-50. Inclusion, participation, and mutual interest. Before we go to the workshops, I'm told that Our Excellency, the Ambassador of Kenya, has just a word to share with us. Not a speech, not a keynote, just an invitation. Ma'am, please, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's really been an interesting day about this very important topic. And as you can see, our labor attaché has already begun her work as per her job description to attend meetings where she needs to articulate issues on labor mobility on behalf of Kenya. And also, we have the Africa Agenda 2063, African Union positions as well. So I also want to plug into this gathering and take the opportunity to invite you to an event that the embassy is organizing for the 27th this month, next Saturday, practically, from 10 o'clock to 4 p.m. and mainly focused on the topic, labor mobility, but we spiced it up to include culture and trade and investment opportunities. In the morning, Ambassador Dr. Mohammed of Egypt talked about Hakuna Matata. A Kiswahili word, Hakuna Matata, it was very well elaborated, and I believe Hakuna Matata. I want to finish with another Kiswahili word, Harambe. Harambe means pulling together, working together, succeeding together. So this is why I am taking the opportunity in this meeting to plug in and invite you to our event on Saturday. The German companies, we've invited German companies to that event, and the German government has been very innovative to issue a new kind of visa called the Chancenkarte, opportunity card, where applicants come to Germany without an advance, employment contract to come here and look for a job. It has a few challenges because most of them end up not succeeding. If you know anyone who has this sort of visa, the Chancenkarte, Saturday will be a very interesting place for these individuals to be. So please invite them, and those of you who are able to come with your companies, you are invited, and I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Yeah, networking is part of us. In the same spirit of Harambe, we are going for the workshops. I know our lunch break is not far from now. We are still very fresh from the long break we had. So you may not need that long break because we've consumed part of that break time in the previous discussions. We have 3 workshops. Just give me a few minutes of your attention. We have 3 workshops. The first workshop is going to take place here. The second workshop and the third workshop are going to be outside this room. You have the programs with you. If you got an English version of the program and you need a German version, there's a QR code we had shared here initially. That QR code will lead you to both versions of the program. The room 3 is going to be in German. So for those of us that are, okay. Room 3, workshop 3 in room 2. Okay, now, I meant workshop 3. Yeah, I know workshop 3 is going to be in room 2. And workshop 2 is going to be in room 1, okay? So vice versa. But now I'm talking about workshop 3. It's going to be in German. So for those of us that prefer German, please, we are not going to have translations in the workshop rooms. So if you have the tendency of speaking German and listening to German, prioritize the third workshop, room 2. Yeah? Okay, good. The rest workshops, the 2 of them, are going to be in English. Again, in these workshops, we're not going to have any translations. We're just going to have English for the English ones as they are stated here. So the first one will check on the best practices and lessons learned. And here, we're going to try to develop a kind of prototype of how transparency can be achieved throughout the long process that has been mentioned of from the initiative stage throughout the negotiations and the implementation. How can we manage to ensure transparency in this long process? The second workshop is going to talk about sustainable framework for labor migration, and then prioritizing these aspects of the trade union that have been shared of maintaining the rights of our young people, young talents, and considering fair recruitment. In the third workshop, we are going to talk about working together with the business industries, with the economy, the German economy, the middle class, and all that. How can we create some kind of coherent approach where we also take note of the existing policy frameworks, but at the same time consider the practicability of them? The first workshop, as I said, is here, workshop 1. The second workshop and the third workshop are outside. Workshop 2 will be in room 1, and workshop 3 will be in room 2. At least by now, I must have mastered this. Good. Ah, it's here. You can take a photo. You can't help me, and I'm struggling with this. It's wrong. It's wrong? Okay. Then at least the stress was worth it. Now that's fine. We are meeting here, please, again, by 1:15. The presentations are going to be done in this room at exactly 3:15. The day was long. Exactly 3:15, we are having a very brief presentation here. So while you work on those workshops, kindly assign someone that is going to present your takeaways later during this final round. And then we're just going to have a very, very smooth closing, very short, then networking is there. So if you want to still network, please, we have time for the networking. For now, grab a cup of coffee, grab some cookies, and run very fast to your respective workshops. Thank you. See you in the workshops.
So, das wäre das Schwarze hier. Das Schwarze. Und es piekt. So, das ist schon besser. Minus 6 dB hätten ja schon ausgereicht. Okay. So. 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 Ja, ja. So. So.
be continued. And thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, also from my side, a big thank you to the cooperation partners. I think it was a very good and worthwhile process. And in the morning I said, I hope we can take the spirit of this room of dialogue. And I think that we were successful in that from the feedback that you actually just gave. So I hope this is a start of continued conversations, of continued cooperation, and most importantly, of continued action. So we have a lot of words now. We will put them on paper, but of course the action is to follow. And so I'm also very happy that there are still ministries in the room, which I think means that we actually put together some good action that they can also take home to their houses. So yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, of course, all for coming and for staying this long on a Friday afternoon. This is really special in Berlin. So yeah, thank you, everyone. And of course, also thank you to all the people in the background, because I know also, I mean, we are visible here in front, but I know from your team, from our team, from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, there are many people in the background who work tirelessly to make this work. And of course, also the interpreters and the technicians who have been also working here all day. So yeah, thank you just everyone, and yeah, hope to see you soon again.
Yeah, what else could I say more than to say thank you, and thank you. Well, it's been an amazing cooperation working together with Friedrich Ebert Stiftung and Deutsche Afrikanische Stiftung. I don't know how many meetings we've had. I have to personally thank Ellen. Ellen, thank you so much for your great work. And of course, we are very, very proud of you. We are very, very, very proud of you. Who else can I still be proud of? Lady Lavani. Thank you for your leadership role. I think we can count ourselves lucky to have you among us. And of course, thanks to my alliance members, colleagues, thank you for being there, always being there. And I want to thank the rest of our distinguished guests and partners. I can't mention names. There are so many. But I got a message for the diasporas, most especially the African diaspora here in the room. Please, please join this alliance. Together, we are strong. So you can see we've started moving. So I believe we can still move a lot if we are connected. There are dots to be connected. We know that. Please put everything aside. Let's work together in unity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we can never say thank you enough. We've finally come to the closure of our today's summit. We are going to have the networkings with the cafe, with the info booths, but on open end. So depending on how much time you had set for this, once we set you free, we are not going to come back here, just to give you also some kind of expectation so you don't feel like you're missing something. Take as much time as you need for the booths, for the coffee, for the business cards, for the washroom, for whatever you still need the time for. We are not coming back to this room again, but at some given point, I think this room will be closed. So how much time do they have? Okay. We wouldn't risk closing the room before you pick all your things, yeah? But just to inform you, we are not coming back here, so in case you carried anything and you want to take it with you, please just ensure you take it now, because we don't know whether we're still going to come back here or when this room will be closed. Caroline, the Caro from FES. Somewhere? No, okay, good. Thank you so. Okay, she's gone? Okay, thank you so much to her. She's also assisted us a lot with the coordination and logistics involved. Thank you so much. All our team members, we've said more than enough of thank you. We'll still continue appreciating you as well. But take all your things. We don't want to get the calls of, I left my laptop, I left my phone, I left my bag, I left my pen. Try to check everything you had with you before you leave the room, so that when you go home, you are also home, okay? Thank you so much. Kwaherini, bye-bye, arrivederci, ciao, whatever, yeah? Thank you.